Newswatch 11 Sports. Next, Tim Matthews and I will honor the baseball hero, Nolan Ryan, in the premiere, Ryan the Legend, followed by another milestone in baseball history, his 300th career win in the battle against the Milwaukee Brewers, live next on the Super Ones.
The most I can do for my friend is simply to be his friend. You give but little when you give of your possessions. It is when you give of yourself that you truly give.
By sharing and caring, life blossoms, and the cycle continues into generations. From Blockbuster Video, we care.
Stop the money. Mitsubishi's inventive clearance is over. Well, not quite yet. There's still time to get $2,000 cash back on selected Gallants and Monteros named Best Buys in their class. Or $2,000 back on Mighty Max 4x4. Pickup truck of the year. Oops, all gone. Well, not quite yet. So hurry down or there won't be any cash left. And this time I'm quite serious.
$2,000 cash back at your Dallas-Fort Worth area Mitsubishi Motors dealer now.
Headline News with Midge Hill.
A Dallas police negotiator is getting credit for defusing a potentially deadly situation. It started late last night. It ended around 10 this morning when this woman came running from her home on Grove Street in East Dallas. Police say her former husband broke into her parents' home. He took her children and her mother hostage. All were eventually released, and then police talked 27-year-old James Parker into surrendering. Parker's now in jail, charged with sexual assault and violating a protective order. Police say additional charges could follow. That's Headline News.
Same label, lower price. At the Men's Warehouse, you get designer labels and a low price. We bought this designer-suited Foley's for $355. At the Men's Warehouse, this suit is $255. $100 less. Same label, same fit, lower price. Those are the facts. I guarantee it.
12 stores in the Metroplex, including our newest stores on Preston Road at Luther Lane and in Irving across from Irving Mall.
Oh, I like Raisin Bran.
Me too.
My mother always gave me Raisin Bran.
She never gave you this. It's total Raisin Bran.
What's wrong with my mother's Raisin Bran?
Well, it's okay, but total Raisin Bran has more vitamins. Your mother would like that.
The most nutritious Raisin Bran is Total Raisin Bran, with 100% of 11 vitamins and minerals.
Where did you hear about Total Raisin Bran?
Your mother told me.
Do the best that you can with Total Raisin Bran.
The Rangers meet the Brewers this Wednesday at 1:30 only on the Super Ones.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to County Stadium in Milwaukee. I'm Steve Busby along with Jim Sundberg. We'll be back in just 30 minutes to bring along the play-by-play for Nolan Ryan's quest for 300.
The atmosphere is really exciting here tonight, much like playoff and World Series. Nolan very anxious to get number 300 done tonight.
Well, stay with us now as we take a look back on Nolan Ryan's great career and his quest for 300. The hosts for Ryan the Legend are Newswatch 11's Bobby Estelle and Tim Matthews. We'll see you in 30 minutes.
Ryan the Legend. Brought to you by Southwest Airlines, offering everyday low fares and convenient flights to many exciting destinations. And by FINA, the formula for the future.
I'm Bobby Estelle, along with Tim Matthews here at Arlington Stadium, where just 6 nights ago, Nolan went for 300, and as you know, he did not get it. We're going to take a look at that story in the next half hour, plus look at his season up until now and his career up until now, not to mention a look at Alvin, Texas, Nolan's hometown.
Nolan's hometown, just south of Houston. We went down there a couple of days ago and talked to the people about what they think about their own guy, Nolan Ryan, winning number 300. Some very interesting comments, and that's coming up in just a few minutes.
And some comments from some of Nolan's best friends in baseball. But before we get to that, the pressure on Nolan has been building ever since actually he won 298. And we talked to Nolan earlier about tonight's baseball.
Well, I think I'm to the point I want to accomplish it as soon as possible. I was disappointed that I had such a poor performance at home because that's really what I wanted to do, was do it at home. And the way I view it is I had my opportunity and didn't get it done, so we have to go on with the schedule and try to win as many ball games as we can, and so that's my job. I don't want this to be an ongoing deal. I think that the longer it goes on, the more of a distraction it becomes to the ball club, and it wears on everybody. You know, I'd like to do it as soon as possible and with as good a game as possible.
More comments from Nolan Ryan coming up later in the show. Let's take a look back now at Nolan's first shot at 300 last Wednesday night. 42,000 on hand, national TV audience, and Nolan Ryan was going for 300.
Again, 0-2 to Sanders. And a shot.
You hate to see the leadoff batter in any game get a triple, but in a contest where history's in the making, a leadoff three-bagger from a guy named Neon can spell trouble.
And a stand-up triple to lead off the game for Sanders.
It was a poor pitch on my part. Dion fouled off a curveball and kept alive in that situation, and I came back with a fastball. I was trying to get him to chase a bad fastball, and I threw it in the hitting zone.
And as Ryan admits, too many of his pitches were thrown in the hitting zone. Strikeout King had the good velocity, he just didn't have the location, especially in the fourth when he gave up 2 homers and 3 batters.
I didn't throw very well that inning. I kind of got out of my groove, and it took me a little while to regroup and get back into my delivery. I lost my rhythm.
The Yankees were a pain in the neck, and for Nolan Ryan, even the best can have off nights, and even the best can get nervous.
If you talk to any athlete prior to the game, you call it nervousness, you call it adrenaline, whatever. You know, you get up for the game, and I think that's the way I felt.
A young Ryan thinking, doesn't look like tonight.
But that's just Ryan's first shot at 300. There'll be plenty more opportunities like tonight against Milwaukee. And there are opportunities Ryan would like to take advantage of.
I don't want this thing to drag out. Certainly don't want kind of a dark cloud to hang over it, you know, and you go 2 or 3 starts and struggle. The last thing I'd want to do is this thing drag out.
Obviously, Nolan did not have his best stuff last Wednesday night, but he had to be encouraged by the way his teammates fought back for him, with Rafael Palmeiro winning it 9-7 with a home run in the 11th inning. And, Bobby, I got to think that if Nolan can get anywhere close to 9 runs tonight, number 300 should be in the bag.
In fact, he says, give me 3, maybe 2 runs, and I'll get 300.
That's right.
All right, coming up, we're going to take a look at previous 300-game winners. We're also going to take a look back on Nolan's season up to now. Ryan the Legend continues after this.
Why is it so difficult to communicate? Why do people hurt each other? Why do some guys have a hard time adjusting? Why? Ask why. Try Bud Dry. It's cold filtered for smooth draft taste. It's dry brewed for no aftertaste. It's the perfect refreshment for the games people play.
Folks in Refugio, Texas will tell you he was born to win. His neighbors in Alvin say there's never been a cattle rancher quite like him. And people with names like Hank, Johnny, and Brooks still remember taking a swing at him 20 years ago. These days, he winds up against players who were born the year he first hit the major leagues. At 43, he's not only still pitching in the majors, he's still winning, intimidating even the best hitters with an explosive fastball. On this Southwest Airlines 20th anniversary, our hats are off to Nolan Ryan. Nobody knows more about the value of consistency, dependability, and reliability than Southwest. It's what got us to the majors, too.
And this is our 1991 Chevy S10EL. Let me point out a few features. Electronic fuel injection, power front disc brakes, rear wheel anti-lock brake system, double wall steel, front and rear. 5-speed, full gauges, tinted glass. What do you think?
So, what will I get for this price?
Let me show you.
The 91 Chevy S10EL. For value, nobody's winning like today's Chevy truck.
You know, that's an amazing statistic because Nolan Ryan only had 29 wins from 1966 to 1971. And his first win was that game you saw, 1968. Now he's going for 300. Speaking of that, here's a list of the previous 300 winners. There are 19 of them. Of course, Cy Young tops the list. 511 wins, the only guy in the 500 club. Walter Johnson, the only guy in the 400 club with 416. Best name, how about Old Hoss Radburn back in 1881. And the latest, Don Sutton, against Texas, by the way, 1986. For most teams, a player going for a milestone can become a distraction, but not the case for the Rangers. When Ryan pitches, the Rangers play their best baseball. And if you look back in the last couple of games, even a couple of months, when Ryan pitches, this team rises to the occasion. So with that, really, Ryan has been the season up to this point.
Ryan's first season with the Rangers in 1989 was incredible. The 3 near no-hitters and, of course, his 5,000th career strikeout. For most pitchers, it would have been impossible to try to top that this year, but Ryan has done it. Of course, like any 43-year-old pitcher, this season has been filled with its ups and downs, but while the downs have been few, the ups have been incredibly high.
Nolan Ryan has been pitching in the major leagues for 24 years, and 1990 stands near the top as being the most significant. The season began in record fashion as Nolan got off to his best start ever, going 4-0 with a 2.25 earned run average. Included in those 4 victories was a 1-0 win over the White Sox, in which Ryan set a Rangers record by striking out 16 batters. He's the oldest pitcher to ever accomplish that. It was also Ryan's 12th career one-hitter, tying him with Bob Feller for the all-time record.
Nolan Ryan one-hit the White Sox with a 16 strikeout performance. A new Texas Rangers strikeout mark, breaking his own record which he set last year.
After going on the disabled list for 19 days in mid-May with a stress fracture in his back, Ryan's next victory was the highlight of his Rangers career. The date was June 11th, the site, Oakland, California. Ryan, still suffering from a sore back, totally mastered the defending World Series champions, striking out 14 and pitching his 6th career no-hitter. He became the oldest pitcher in history to ever accomplish that and the first to throw no-hitters in 3 separate decades.
The Express has done it once again.
It's come so late in my career, and you know, last year I got close a couple of times, and it just didn't look like it was going to happen.
Ryan has won his last 5 decisions, including win number 299 on July 20th against Detroit. Ryan's last start was the most intensely watched game in Rangers history. Going for number 300, Ryan gave up 3 homers to the Yankees before finally leaving the game in the 8th, trailing 7-4. The Rangers came back to win 9-7 in 11 innings, but Ryan wasn't involved in the decision. Tonight, the Ryan Express will again try to join that exclusive 300 fraternity.
Ryan and the rest of the Rangers are determined not to let his second chance slip away tonight.
Coming up, we'll take a look at Nolan Ryan's career and how he got to where he is today. Also, we'll take you to Alvin, Texas, Nolan's hometown. That and more when Ryan the Legend continues after this.
Now, for all you rookies out there, the great Nolan Ryan will demonstrate his pitching technique.
The Bic Metal shaver, because I want to look as good off the mound as on. Before the game, it's Bic Metal. After the game, it's Bic Metal. The Bic Metal shaver, because even good old boys want to look good. It's the choice of this right-hander, the Bic Metal shaver. It makes me look good every time out. There's that one.
At FINA, the drive to the 21st century has begun, and here's where it's led. To a formula for gasoline so advanced it reduces emissions as you drive and increases gasoline mileage with just a few tankfuls. We call these gasolines Genesis because in so many ways, they're a whole new beginning. Genesis gasoline. From your friends at FINA, the formula for the future.
The 5-liter Mustang. Power, handling, looks. What more could you want in a high-performance sports car?
till August 8th only, get $900 cash back on the hot 5-liter Mustang. Hurry to your Dallas-Fort Worth Metro Ford dealers.
Where are you during the evening news?
I'll tell you where I'd like to be. I'd like to be at home watching TV. But this work here don't stop at 5 or 6, rain or shine or whatever. Maybe somebody ought to tell them TV folks this is Texas.
Coming soon, Newswatch 11 at 7. A full hour of local news and more.
I could probably watch news at 7. Shoot, I might even get to like it.
Newswatch 11 at 7. Our news fits your schedule.
One of the interesting things about Nolan Ryan's career, despite the record, 5,000 strikeouts and 6 no-hitters, is that he's played on some pretty bad teams. Had he played on some better teams, he probably would have been going for win 300 5 years earlier.
And a perfect example of that was back in '87 when he played for the Astros, finished with an 8-16 record, despite leading the league in earned run average and strikeouts. He's the only pitcher to ever lead in those two categories and not win the Cy Young Award.
And he's 43 and still going. Nolan Ryan, one of the great careers in baseball.
You can't touch this. You can't touch this.
The man's done just about everything a pitcher can do. Yeah, he's got his critics, but who can touch 6 no-hitters, 5,000-plus strikeouts, and a World Series ring? He got the ring saving Game 3 for the Mets in the '69 series against Baltimore. What a start for a young kid from Alvin, Texas.
He's done it all. There's no chance that in my time there'll ever be another Nolan Ryan. And there may not be one ever.
I remember Nolan Ryan in 1965, I believe it was. Red Murph, the scout who signed him, brought him out to the Astrodome in Houston to work out before a ball game. The place is empty. He's throwing with a catcher named John Stevenson. It sounds like somebody shooting skeet in the dome. Pow! He's hitting these fastballs. Pow! Into Stevenson's glove. Then he throws him some breaking balls. And I guess Nolan, not knowing you need to say these things, went from curveball to fastball again without saying anything to John Stevenson. Stevenson kind of guesses curveball on it, and Nolan drills him right here in the chest with a fastball. It must have been 95 miles an hour, and Stevenson went down like he was shot, and he was out for about 2 or 3 weeks and was just glad to be alive after that one.
Ryan's string of no-hitters began with California after the Mets traded him. His first came in 1973 against Kansas City. Check the center fielder. That's Bobby Valentine, a teammate back then. Ryan beat the Royals 3-0. After his second no-hitter, a 17-strikeout performance against Detroit, Ryan set the record for most strikeouts in a season, 383. It still stands.
In this particular game in Detroit, I got a little confused, looked for a breaking ball. He hit me in the bare hand with a fastball. I went to the hospital and had it x-rayed, and after the game was over and found I was not broken, he said to me, "Gee, I'm really disappointed. I must be losing my fastball."
Can't touch this.
Imagine taking a pitch at 100.9 miles an hour. No one has ever thrown harder on record than that. But his career has also been marked with poor teams and equally disappointing management. In 1980, Buzzy Bavasi of the Angels let Ryan go to the Astros, saying he'd rather make up for Ryan with 2 8 and 7 pitchers. Big mistake. And with that, Ryan responded with his 5th no-hitter in 1981 with the Astros. But before the 6th no-hitter, Ryan would surpass Walter Johnson's strikeout record of 3,508 and then get 4,000 strikeouts. Houston loved their homeboy. Or did they? PR blunder of the decade came when the Astros unbelievably felt the strikeout king wasn't worth re-signing. The Rangers picked up on the mistake, and like they say, the rest of his great moments are now history. Even the younger players are in awe of the old man.
This guy he's in his 40s, but and he is out pitching better than anyone in baseball.
Can't touch this.
So it's on to 300 wins and another milestone. Will it come tonight? His fans and friends hope so.
And Nolan, I'd like to congratulate you on your great many accomplishments, and 300 is just beautiful.
And Nolan, now you got one try at 300 out of the way. Just relax and let it happen. It's going to happen. You know that.
Can't touch this. Can't touch this.
Ryan certainly has had an incredible career, and a win tonight against the Brewers would solidify his place in Cooperstown.
And looking back on previous 300 winners, how about the youngest and the oldest? Kid Nichols, 1900, he was 30 years old. Nichols averaged 30 wins a year in his first 10 seasons, 1890 to 1900. The oldest, Phil Niekro, 1985, he was 46 years old.
It's kind of amazing. Niekro and Ryan almost the same age, but what a difference. Niekro throws a knuckleball, Ryan 98-mile-an-hour fastball.
Yeah, you can throw a knuckleball till you're 50 years old. Come on. All right, coming up next, we're going to Alvin, Texas, Nolan's hometown. Stay with us as Ryan the Legend continues.
Folks in Refugio, Texas will tell you he was born to win. His neighbors in Alvin say there's never been a cattle rancher quite like him. And people with names like Hank, Johnny, and Brooks still remember taking a swing at him 20 years ago. These days, he winds up against players who were born the year he first hit the major leagues. At 43, he's not only still pitching in the majors, he's still winning, intimidating even the best hitters with explosiveness. On this Southwest Airlines 20th anniversary, our hats are off to Nolan Ryan. Nobody knows more about the value of consistency, dependability, and reliability than Southwest. It's what got us to the majors, too.
Sir, this is one of the few businesses that doesn't advertise in the GTE everything pages. Why is that?
Well, this is Mom's restaurant. And this is Mom. She's a great cook. But if I advertised in the book people actually use, this place would be packed. I don't think either one of us wants that on our conscience. Do we?
Businesses that want to be successful advertise in the GTE everything pages. Those that don't.
Why is it so difficult to communicate? Why do people hurt each other? Why do some guys have a hard time adjusting? Why? Ask why. Try but dry. It's cold filtered for smooth draft taste. It's dry brewed for no aftertaste. It's the perfect refreshment for the games people play.
Looking back on previous 300-game winners, maybe the strangest case happened to Early Wynn back in 1962. He had 299 wins, and the White Sox released him. He couldn't get 300 until 1963 when the Indians picked him up. The funny thing about Early Wynn is he didn't win early. He won late. In 1963, he got one more win, making it exactly 300. The interesting thing about these big-time players is that most are from small towns. And when you talk to these people in these small towns, their baseball heroes are the biggest things going.
Before joining the Rangers last year, Ryan pitched the 9 previous seasons with the Houston Astros, a team most people thought he would end his career with, especially the people just south of Houston in Alvin, Texas, where Ryan grew up, and the place he really considers home.
As the world awaits Nolan Ryan's 300th victory, the center of Ryan's universe, Alvin, Texas, is taking the event in typical style. The small town just south of Houston embraces their living legend while at the same time accepting him as just another guy with a house in town, albeit a large house with a gate in front.
And I mean to tell you, everywhere you see it, every restaurant you go in, you'll see a card or something or a flag or something with Nolan Ryan on it, cap and buttons and such as that. And just almost any place you go in town. Oh, we're crazy about him.
If he come into the car wash here, it'd be just like any other customer coming in. I mean, he doesn't seek no notoriety or anything like that. He's just down there with good people.
Ryan is as approachable as any superstar you'd find. His friendly Texas roots have never left him, which means when he eats at Joe's Barbecue, folks come up to talk to him about his cattle and his ranch, but seldom his fastball.
They know he's here, and they all look, but I've never seen anybody rush him or anything like that, you know. Just Nolan.
Nolan has lived here in Alvin his entire life, and it's impossible to find anybody here who has a bad word to say about him. He is truly a Texas legend. Despite the fact that he owns this bank, money has never been a prime motivating factor for Nolan, and that's why fans love him so much. They realize that no matter how much money he made to pitch, he'd still be doing it.
He knows exactly what he's doing. Nolan is a good businessman, and he's a good banker, and I think he will be doing quite well in his new bank when he gets through his baseball career. I predict a great future for him.
Money may not motivate Ryan, but it certainly does motivate his team. When Nolan's on the hill, fans are in the seats. The Rangers have had 5 sellouts this season. 4 of them were when Ryan was pitching, including his last 3 starts. Attendance jumps by 5,000 per game when the Ryan Express pulls into town.
He means so much to this club. It's hard to put a financial figure on what he means to this club with souvenirs and ticket prices, but what he earns his salary, that's for sure.
Nolan went through a similar experience last year when he reached 5,000 strikeouts. And in his typical down-home fashion, he's taking this milestone in stride.
5,300, I think they're a longevity accomplishments. I don't think winning 300 changes my one-loss record. So I don't view 300 in any special way as far as quieting critics.
As a 12-year-old in Elvin, Ryan dreamed of one day making it to Cooperstown. He's grown up a lot since then as a pitcher, but thankfully for all of us, he's never changed as a person.
Ryan has lived his entire life in Elvin, and he says he's never considered living anywhere else.
All right, it's almost game time. We'll be right back to wrap it all up. Stay with us.
Where are you during the evening news?
Daddy's home. Hi, honey. If I'm lucky, I may just be coming in the front door around 6. And the news I want to catch up on is their news. I'm not going to turn my family off so I can turn the news on. Sure, I care about the news, but dinner time is our time.
Coming soon. News Watch 11 at 7. Our news fits your schedule.
At FINA, the drive to the 21st century has begun, and here's where it's led. To a formula for gasoline so advanced it reduces emissions as you drive and increases gasoline mileage with just a few tankfuls. We call these gasolines Genesis, because in so many ways, they're a whole new beginning. Genesis gasoline. From your friends at FINA, a formula for the future.
With a bigger box than Ford Ranger, a Chevy S10 Maxi Cab can easily carry an entire room full of stuff and still have enough truck left over to give you a comfortable family room with 4 chairs. Nobody's winning like today's Chevy truck. With its bigger available V6, this Chevy S10 can tow a heavier load than Ford Ranger. With its bigger box, this S10 can carry a bigger load, while this Chevy S10 comes with a very small feature. That's also big with a lot of people.
Why should you listen to the all-new Star 105? Watch very closely. Do you like that song? How about this one? And this one?
Here we are.
Well, that's the all-new Star 105.
The all-new Star 105. Other stations play a lot of content. We're here for the music.
Give us a try. The all-new Star 105. Remember, 105.
I've been throwing pitches just about all my life. Some good, some not so good. But I do know how to spot the difference between the two. So when Bismarck asked me to deliver this pitch, it didn't take this country boy too long to spot a hot one. You see, Bismarck sells over 7,000 office products, with savings of up to 40 to 60% every day. Now, those are impressive numbers.
Bismarck Office Products Supercenter.
The ironic thing about that fact you saw in the Cubs game is that just 4 years ago, Nolan got win number 250. Also, he won that game against present teammate Jamie Moyer. The waiting is over. Nolan's been there before. He's got another milestone ahead of him tonight, and that's win number 300.
Well, you know, I never anticipated being in this position, so I'm looking forward to it. I think it's exciting to reach that plateau. It's a plateau that not many have had the opportunity to reach, and so I'm looking at it from that standpoint, and we'll get a lot of satisfaction out of that.
The thing that amazes me about Ryan is that at 43 years of age, the guy is still a power pitcher. Pitchers like Carlson and Sutton, late in their careers, they changed their deliveries. Ryan is still throwing heat at 43.
That is incredible. But I think the difference tonight is going to be his back. If his back holds up, he'll want to go all 9 innings. If he can do it, I think he's going to get the victory. Plus, his teammates are going to give him all the support they can. If they can come anywhere close to the 9 runs they gave him the last time he went for 300, I think we'll see history made tonight.
Here's an omen. He pitches well at County Stadium. Last year, got 15 strikeouts. That'll do it for us. Thanks so much for watching. For Tim Matthews, I'm Bobby Estel. Ranger Baseball is coming up next.
Ryan the Legend, brought to you by Southwest Airlines, offering everyday low fares and convenient flights to many exciting destinations. And by FINA, the formula for the future.
New, bigger, and better orange and fruit punch. Gatorade, going down easy, just like the other team. Thirsty for that deep down body thirst.
Patterson at 9, Williams at 11. Then the Walton presentation. What a day.
Hi, Mike Smith to see Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Patterson's tied up, but he'd like you to wait.
There goes my schedule.
I'm glad you called. The Walton spec could change.
We have to talk to the suppliers, Nick.
Okay. Your conference call is ready, sir.
When you're on the road, nobody has more ways to help you than AT&T.
Hope I haven't upset your schedule.
No problem. AT&T, how can we help you?
Accidents will happen. And when they do, it's nice to know there's a State Farm agent standing by, ready to help you get the one thing you're most interested in. Fast, fair claim service. Because they realize there's really only one good thing about an accident, and that's being able to forget about it.
If you're looking for an insurance agent you can count on to deliver service, contact your local State Farm agent.
What's so great about Arlington? What's so great about Arlington? Luke Honda, where Honda Civic two-doors are only $68.95. Luke Honda.
Nolan Ryan has reached many milestones in his great career. No-hitter number 1 in May of '73. August of '89, his 5,000th career strikeout. And we were with you in Oakland as he recorded his record 6th no-hitter this last June. But last Wednesday, the Express went after the 300 victory plateau for the first time. It was not to be as Nolan got a no decision. Tonight from Milwaukee, the Express goes after that same 300th victory against the Brewers.
Pure energy.
Texas Rangers Baseball, brought to you by Busch Beer, a beer with a taste as smooth as its name. By Southwest Airlines. Fly Southwest Airlines. It's like having your own company plane. By Phillips 66 Super Clean Premium Unleaded Gasoline. And by Chevrolet and your North Texas Chevrolet dealers, home of the #1 selling trucks in Texas.
It is a sold-out County Stadium here in Milwaukee tonight as fans and media from around the baseball world have descended on Brewtown, not just to watch the Rangers take on the Brewers, but to see whether or not Nolan Ryan can reach 300 wins in his great career. Hi, everyone. I'm Steve Busby, along with Jim Sundberg. And first things first, last night's ball game, Jim, and a well-played ball game by the Rangers. They win at 3-1 behind Bobby Witt.
Bobby Witt continues his sensational pitching in July, finished the month undefeated, really established a good fastball, had a slider working.
And he also got some help from the bullpen. Brad Arnsberg came in to get his second save.
And Brad, very effective. 7 out of his last 8 appearances. Came out, struck out the side in the last inning.
Well, pitching will be the key here tonight in Milwaukee. Chris Bosio takes the hill for the Brewers.
And Chris has had trouble winning. He hasn't won a ball game in his last 10 starts. He is one of the two Milwaukee Brewers starters, first 1 and 2 in the rotation, along with Aguirre, that have had problems.
Okay. But the main attraction tonight, Nolan Ryan. And Nolan going after number 300 on the hill for the Rangers.
And I think very important, much like Witt last night, for Nolan to have a well-pitched ball game to cut down the Brewers' running game. Nolan's big leg kick could offer a lot in that direction. Also, a very potent offense.
And we saw last night Bobby Witt with that good fastball able to shut down the Brewers effectively. So I'm sure Nolan took some notes. We talked with manager Bobby Valentine tonight about the effect of Nolan Ryan's back and his poor outing on Sunday in Toronto.
Yeah, he's out there thinking that, you know, maybe he's been pitching with his back at 80%, and I think he's thinking this time he'll go out there with it. Maybe 75 or 70%, but with the emotion of the occasion, he'll be able to overcome a little deficit, and I hope he's right.
It seems Nolan has a tremendous ability to put in the back of his mind anything besides getting people out.
Yeah, he really does, and he's able to rise to the occasion time and time again, and I really believe that this is going to be another one of those times.
Well, we certainly hope so. We're anticipating a great performance from Nolan Ryan, who always rises to the occasion. And as a matter of fact, Jim, some interesting stats about Nolan Ryan. People have said if you get Nolan early, you have a pretty good chance. But if you don't get him in the first few innings, he is awfully tough the rest of the game. And his stats would tell you that. He does get tougher as the game goes on.
Well, I think if you look at any veteran pitcher that has had a outstanding career like Nolan Ryan, that is usually the case for all of them. Off to a slow start, but able to really come through and put up some very strong innings late in the ball game.
Yeah, how about hitting 152 when Nolan reaches the 90 pitch plateau from there on in? That is really something. Okay, that's the setup for tonight's ball game. We're all anticipating a great night here in Milwaukee. We'll be back with the starting lineups and the first pitch right after this.
The voices that reach you, the hands you can hold, the hope when you're young and the help when you're old, the worldly ideas of hometown direction, yeah. You've got it made, 'cause you've got connections.
At Southwestern Bell, our everyday life is bringing people together in their everyday life.
With Southwestern Bell, you've got great connections.
Because most of our flights are short, this is what our meals look like on Southwest Airlines. It's also what our fares look like. Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines has one of the best on-time records in the country.
Mr. Smith, you're early.
Just something to remember. Southwest Airlines.
Gasoline advertising uses these words a lot. You know what they mean? Gasolines are all the same. Until now. One is better. In a BMW test run on each of the 6 leading national gasolines, one clearly surpassed the others. Texaco System 3. Only Texaco System 3 removed deposits from dirty intake valves. Can that make a difference on the road? And you thought all gasolines were the same.
I have a bubble on you. My boyfriend's name's Stephen Rose. I have a crush on him. Well, I kiss him. That's what I do. As soon as we grow up, me and Stephen are going to get married. I'm going to have 6 kids. My sister, Nana, she talks a lot. 3 boys and 3 girls. I do real good at school. I'm going to be an anesthesiologist.
If your plans for tomorrow include living happily ever after, come to First Gibraltar. We'd like to help make them come true.
Welcome back to County Stadium in Milwaukee as Nolan Ryan goes for 300 and a festive night here. A little bratwurst action out in the parking lot here this evening, and folks really having a party here tonight at County Stadium, almost like a playoff World Series game. It's that kind of electric atmosphere, and we'll talk about that a little more in a second. It's also a reunion tonight of sorts. Nolan Ryan, of course, in his many years in the Major Leagues, 23 plus, played with a lot of the guys on the Milwaukee club, Duffy Dyer, Andy Etchebarren, etc. But one of the people is Coach Don Baylor, who had these comments about being a fan and watching tonight's game.
Well, I wish every Major League player had the opportunity to play with Nolan Ryan. I played with him 3 years with the Angels.
I'm excited for him tonight. I'm ready to get the ball game started. It's going to be a interesting night. Depends on who you're going to be pulling for, but deep down inside, I'm pulling for Nolan to come through. I know I was with Phil Necro 5 different times. He tried to win his, and I know it weighs on your mind after a while, but it's going to be a very exciting night.
Well, Don Baylor at one time, one of the most feared hitters in all of the American League, and he has a great deal of admiration for Nolan Ryan, as does everyone around baseball, Jim.
Definitely does. And you mentioned the coaches. They got 2 of the coaches on the Brewers staff, Duffy Dyer, also Andy Etchebarren, that caught Nolan at some time. Etchebarren over in California. Duffy Dyer down in the minor leagues in '66 at A-ball. And it's funny because Dyer was saying, heck, I first started to catch him. I went into my squat, put my glove down low, and realized I couldn't do that very long because I could never get to the high fastball. He threw it right on by me.
Well, Nolan, the legend, of course, the major league level. He has some stories about Nolan, too, in his minor league career, striking out 24 in an A-ball game one time, and at the same time walking a dozen. One of those types of things that Nolan has left a legacy to baseball, and certainly we hope to see him add to it here tonight with win number 300. But he is an incomparable man. There's some incomparable stories about him throughout the years. Well, it's a great night for baseball here, and Bobby Valentine's ball club has been playing good baseball, and I think that may be as important in Nolan going for 300, the ball club's ability to get out in front as they have the last couple of games. And if Nolan has the kind of night that we anticipate, being able to hold that lead into the middle or latter stages of tonight's contest.
Well, that's the one comment that Bobby Witt has been making last several days, the fact that it's been so much easier for him to pitch because of the early lead. So same thing for Nolan, hopefully here tonight.
Pete Incaviglia offering some glasses. The umpiring crew out there, and they are the recipient of that taunt by Pete Incaviglia. Al Clark will be calling the balls and strikes tonight. John Hirschbeck is over at first, Rocky Rowe at second, and the crew chief, Davey Phillips, is down at third base. So the crew that umpired the series in Toronto and moved down here to Milwaukee following the Rangers, and there have not been any problems with this umpiring crew whatsoever. Very well umpired games all the way through. Now it's time for your Southwest Airlines Texas Rangers starting lineup. For tonight's contest, Jeff Houston leads off, the shortstop. He's followed by second baseman Julio Franco, and then first baseman Rafael Palmeiro, and the right fielder Ruben Sierra. Harold Bain swinging a hot bat is the DH tonight. He bats fifth. Then it's left fielder Pete Incaviglia, the catcher Gino Petrali. Third baseman Steve Buechele hits eighth, and the number 9 hitter is center fielder Gary Pettis.
And defensively for the Brewers, Greg Bond is in left, Robin John over in center, and to the right, to the left of him is Mike Fielder in right field. Gary Sheffield is at third, Billy Spires at short, Jim Gantner across the side of the infield at second, Paul Molitor over at first. Behind the plate, Charlie O'Brien, and on the mound, Chris Bosio. Chris 4-8 on the year with a .382 earned run average. This is his 20th start of the year. Giving up less hits than innings pitched, but he has had problems, a few injuries and a little hard luck. Got shut out his last game. He has failed 10 times in his to win his 5th win of the year. Here's his last start. Got shut out. Roger Clemens, the Boston Red Sox, in that ball game.
Chris Bosio has not won a ball game since back on May the 20th. That has been quite a long dry spell for the big right-hander. He spent some time on the disabled list. He went on the disabled list the 29th of June until he came off on the 14th of July. He had some inflammation in his right knee. And the big guy needs those solid wheels to be able to pitch effectively. He is really a bulldog, though, on the mound. He goes right after hitters, and he's a battler.
And he's really a fan of Nolan Ryan. He mentioned earlier that he is the type of player right there. You can see it. I'm a fan. I'm a spectator. I'm going to be watching him. I'm in the dugout. But when I'm on the mound, I'm going to try to beat him.
When he's in the dugout.
When I go between the lines,
that's it.
I'm going to try to be tough.
Yeah, he's out there between the white lines now, and we're ready to get this ball game underway. Chris Bosio will face Jeff Houston to start things off. And Houston hitting at .268. No home runs, 17 RBIs for the Rangers shortstop. First pitch of the evening from Bosio is a high fastball, 1-0. So we are underway at about 19 minutes until 8 Central Daylight Time. Number 4, Jeff Houston. Don't tell you the story that he has done for the Rangers lately. He has been getting on base and doing a very good job. Bobby Valentine has him back in that leadoff spot tonight against the right-hander.
Really could go on and say the fact that he's got a good shot, a Rookie of the Year candidate. You've got to mention that. Of course, you've got Alomar over at Cleveland. You've got Tim Pandy at Minnesota also.
A little tapper right back to Bosio, and the first out of the evening is recorded at first base. Houston gone. And one out here in the top of the first. The kind of pitcher that Chris Bosio can be, Jim. That little tailing fastball changes speeds ever so slightly.
Well, he's a style of pitcher that really has given the Ranger problems this year. A real slow breaking ball and catches a lot of the Rangers out in the front foot. Sierra among the type of hitter that he'll really have a lot of success against.
The one gone here. Julio Franco stepping up. Julio right at the 300 mark. Half a dozen home runs. He's driven in 44, and Franco, like middle of the Ranger order, swinging the bat well of late. Line drive toward right center field. Felder in a hurry, a slide and a catch. Mike Felder in right field tonight, making a great play. A line shot off the bat of Julio Franco. That's out number 2.
The ball has really hit hard. This is something Julio has done very well of late, and you see the speed of Felder catching up this, but the wind brought the ball back to him. Had the wind not done that, ball would have been into a gap and for extra innings. Extra bases, rather.
Might have sent this thing to extra innings had that been late.
That also. We hope not.
Boy, already some good defense here in this ball game. We saw a couple of great defensive plays last night, too. Now 2 gone to Rafael Palmeiro. Strike 1. Palmeiro, the hottest of the Ranger hitters. 323 for Rafi. He is now second on the team with 60 RBIs. Ruben Sierra has 62. 1 ball, 1 strike. Palmeiro with 11 home runs. Rafael is 4 RBIs shy now of his total for all of 1989. He has passed up his home run total by 3 already. A ball and 2 strikes. Chris Bosio having difficulty trying to win number 5, but that ERA of 3.82 would tell you that he has not been pitching all that poorly, and Palmeiro would say the same thing as he is down on strikes. Rangers gone 1, 2, 3 in the first after a half inning for Milwaukee. Rangers nothing, and the Brewers coming up.
Moon goes up, sun goes down. I ramble on, town to town. Oh, sweet mama, I sure don't have much. I'm just headed for the mountains. I'm just looking for a bus.
At FINA, the drive to the 21st century has begun, and here's where it's led. To a formula for gasoline so advanced it reduces emissions as you drive and increases gasoline mileage with just a few tankfuls. We call these gasolines Genesis because in so many ways they're a whole new beginning. Genesis gasoline. From your friends at FINA, the formula for the future.
I come home from work, the phone's ringing, I think it's him, but it's them. You know, those people who call you up saying, switch from AT&T, we've got better quality. You know, like trying to pin them down to something, get some real numbers going. Like, how big is big? You won't believe the savings.
Don't take their word for it. Have them put it in writing.
Well, I say, look, just put it in writing. Dead silence. I mean, it just goes to show you, it's still not AT&T.
Nolan Ryan to the mound, and here's the lineup he will face for the Milwaukee Brewers. Paul Molitor leads off. He's the first baseman tonight. He's followed by center fielder Robin Yount and third baseman Gary Sheffield. Dave Parker is the designated hitter. Greg Vaughn plays left field, and he bats 5th. Then it's second baseman Jim Gander, right fielder Mike Felder. The catcher is Charlie O'Brien, and the number 9 hitter, shortstop Billy Spires.
And for the Rangers, Incaviglia, Pettis, and Sierra left to right. Steve Buechele at third. Jeff Houston at short. Over at second is Julio Franco. Rafael Palmeiro at first. Behind the plate, Gino Petrali. And on the mound, Nolan Ryan. Nolan 10-4 on the year. with a 401 earned run average in his 19th appearance of the season. Excellent numbers, 77 hits. That's good for leading the league in opposing batters. Take a look at his last start, a game that Rafael Palmeiro won in extra innings on a home run. And Nolan 9th in winning percentage in the American League, along with 3rd in strikeouts.
Paul Molitor set for the first pitch of the night from Nolan Ryan, and a fastball is fouled straight back. And Jim, Molitor swinging at the first pitch, no surprise, is it?
He and Ricky Henderson lead the major leagues in leading off a game with a home run. They are outstanding hitters as far as coming up, looking for that first pitch fastball and being able to handle it.
A breaking ball from Ryan, dips in and over. 0-2, and if Nolan has that hook going, that's really a key pitch for him, because it not sets up his fastball, but it makes it very, very difficult, especially for right-handed hitters, to even look fastball when Nolan's ahead in the count.
Looking also at a hitter in Paul Molitor that is excellent being able to wait on the ball. He really fights off a lot of tough pitches. Example right there.
Fastball fouled off to the right side.
Of all the hitters in the American League, I think Paul Molitor waits as well as anyone. Very good hitter and a player that the Brewers very much need in order to win ball games.
Nolan turning that pitch over, not a real true changeup, but a kind of sinking fastball. That evens the count now at 2-2.
Going into a ball game, I always used to remind the pitcher, hey, look, on Molitor's first pitch of the ball game, you got to be very careful. This guy likes to swing at a first ball fastball. Don't get a fastball close.
That was a good fastball right on the outside corner. Molitor spoiling it. Paul Molitor, with that ability to wade back so well, is not a bad breaking ball hitter for that reason, too, Jim. And he's able to put that ball in play.
We saw last night an excellent job of him using his hands width through a ball inside a slider. Instead of taking a step, something you want to do on a ball inside is you don't step, you just use your hands, and it was an excellent job of hitting.
Again, the 2-2 pitch, and again a fastball is fouled back to the net.
I see Molitor really being a little defensive right here from the standpoint of fouling Nolan's fastball off to the right side, because he knows that hook is somewhere coming sooner or later.
Another thing that makes Molitor tough is that, yeah, he's fouled a lot of pitches off that were away from him, but he will not offer at that inside pitch that's off the plate just a bit. And that's a little frustrating for a pitcher when you can't get a right-hander to swing at that ball inside. You have to throw a strike in there, and that's a dangerous territory.
I think to be a good hitter, you have to either be able to fight that pitch off inside or take it.
Got him swinging. Nolan Ryan punches out Paul Molitor to begin things here in Milwaukee. And that fastball right down the middle of the plate, about knee-high.
It's going to be interesting to watch today's ball game from the standpoint that the Brewers as a team are really the 4th hardest team to strike out. So with Nolan's fastball, kind of keep a track on that.
Well, Nolan last year set what then was the Ranger record for strikeouts against this Milwaukee club. In 8 innings, he struck out 15. And this year, of course, against Chicago, he surpassed that with 16. Robin Yount looks at strike one. These are the appearances by Nolan Ryan against Milwaukee as a Ranger. There's that 15 strikeout performance that I spoke of. All of these last year. Also had 10 strikeouts. Change up to Yount, and Robin out in front of it, 0-2. So Ryan able to get all of his pitches over here in the early going tonight, and I would think that would be a key. Robin Yount, with those numbers, they have been improving steadily, however. Yount got off to a terrible start this year, now has it up to 248. Just a bit outside, a ball and 2 strikes.
Well, Robin Yount had said that he was having trouble seeing the ball. He just was not picking it up very well. But since the All-Star break, he has been seeing it. He's been a little more selective.
And he's been hitting it when he sees it. Ground ball to third, Buechele up with it. And Yount is retired. 2 gone in the first. So Nolan Ryan has a strikeout and a ground ball to begin things. Now Gary Sheffield, he is the hottest hitter among Brewer batters. Sheffield now hitting at 326 on the year. That RBI count really skyrocketing. He has had a very hot month of July. Hitting at 391 for the entire month. Breaking ball hangs inside to Sheffield. And Gary Sheffield will be the first one to tell you that Don Baylor has had a big impact on his attitude and ability to perform. Towering pop-up behind home plate. Gino Petrale had trouble locating it, but it's well back into the stands.
I think others will tell you, too, that Ray Burris and also Dave Parker have really spent a lot of time working with Gary Sheffield and have also had an impact on him. Pretty much, there's a Cobra.
I think people tend to overlook the acquisition of a player and the effect that has on other players. Sheffield, a check swing, line drive, foul outside third. But that, Jim, can, if you get a player like a Dave Parker, that can have a bigger impact on Gary Sheffield or any other player than a coach or a manager or even a front office people working with the player individually.
I think the Brewers set out in the season thinking that they have a good shot of winning from the standpoint they had a couple of leaders in Parker and also in Baylor on the ball club that have been leaders at other places, and that it was going to have a big influence on this team.
And they have played on winning ball clubs. There's Don Baylor. Tom Trebelhorn right behind him, but boy, Don Baylor, a fierce competitor, as is Dave Parker. The kind of guy you would love to have on your team and you hate to have to compete against. Again, the 1-2 pitch now coming to Sheffield. Got him swinging, foul tipped into the glove of Gino Petrale, and Ryan strikes out 2 in the first. He sends the Brewers down in order. So we've completed 1 from Milwaukee. We have no score.
With a bigger box than Ford Ranger, a Chevy S10 Maxi Cab can easily carry an entire room full of stuff and still have enough truck left over to give you a comfortable family room with 4 chairs. Nobody's winning like today's Chevy truck. With its bigger available V6, this Chevy S10 can tow a heavier load than Ford Ranger. With its bigger box, this S10 can carry a bigger load, while this Chevy S10 comes with a very small feature. That's also big with a lot of people.
Go ahead, Bob. My husband's here to tell you about Dairy Queen frozen yogurt. Go ahead, honey. They start with this terrific tasting vanilla yogurt. It's non-fat, cholesterol-free, and it tastes great. Now here's where it really gets good. Just pick your favorite flavor of fruit or chocolate. Dairy Queen will put it on top or blend it in fresh for the best yogurt ever. And there's only one place you can get it.
Dairy Queen.
This is DQ Country.
This day in baseball history, brought to you by your North Texas Chevrolet dealer. On July 31st, 1954, Joe Adcock hit 4 home runs and a double in a 15-7 Milwaukee win over Brooklyn at Ebbets Field. His 18 total bases established a new major league record.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of the Texas Rangers. Any reuse of the pictures and accounts without the written consent of the Rangers and Gaylord Broadcasting is prohibited. Chris Bosio set to get things underway in the top of the second inning against Ruben Sierra, and he throws strike 1. Sierra hitting at .269, dozen home runs, team leader in RBIs with 62. Up there from the left side against the right-hander Bosio. And it's no balls, 2 strikes very quickly.
Bosio's really been tough on the Rangers' career. He was 3-3 with a .255 run average, and really a couple of guys, Incavilla, Petrale, have had a little success against him. Incavilla 3 home runs. The rest of them have had their problems.
Ruben Sierra as a left-handed hitter this year. 10 of his 12 home runs have come from this side of the plate. He's hitting at .246, so the average much less than as a right-handed hitter. Pops this one up on the left field side. Out goes Spires. Oncoming Greg Vaughn. Vaughn making the call and the catch for out number 1.
Designated hitter number 3.
Sierra retired by Bosio and Vaughn. One gone to Harold Baines. Well, they had projected a crowd of between 30 and 40,000 earlier in the day yesterday. They have far surpassed that. County Stadium is full here tonight. All the tickets were sold, they announced, by about 5:30 this evening. Baines' first ball swinging, a dive by Molitor. He comes up with it and feeds Bosio for the out. Paul Molitor playing his second straight game at first base since his activation from the disabled list, and immediately he pays dividends with a glove.
A good idea of an advantage of being able to play back, not holding the runner on. Otherwise, Baines able to get that ball through, but Molitor an excellent play.
Well, Paul Molitor, normally second baseman, third baseman, sometimes shortstop. They have him over at first base, and that's a pretty good defensive infield out there that the Milwaukee Brewers able to throw behind Chris Bosio. But 2 gone here in the second. Pete Incaviglia at the plate. And he gets fisted on the first pitch. A little pop-up on the infield. It'll be easy for Jim Gantner. And Chris Bosio has retired the first 6 Rangers he has faced. Gantner taking the pop-up from Pete Incaviglia. Well, we finished 1.5. Still scoreless in Milwaukee.
Why is it so difficult to communicate? Why do people hurt each other? Why do some guys have a hard time adjusting? Why? Ask why. Try Bud Dry. It's cold filtered for smooth draft taste. It's dry brewed for no aftertaste. It's the perfect refreshment for the games people play.
I've got to get gas. Plus, I promised Jane I'd pick up a few things. Milk, crackers, juice, soda, chips, and, oh yeah, diapers.
It's barbecue time in Texas, so light up your grill and get cooking with Texaco Charcoal Starter and Aero Charcoal. Both for just $2.69. Right now at your participating Texaco Food Mart.
This is great. One stop, but I charged it all.
Start of the American road, Texaco.
To get rid of her gray, my wife can spend 40 minutes. But I discovered the 5-minute hair coloring.
The revolutionary discovery called Just for Men from the leader in men's hair coloring. Simply apply Just for Men and in 5 minutes shampoo out.
Gray is blended away. The look of my natural color is back in 5 minutes. That was me, and it won't fade or wash out.
My hair takes forever, but you look great in just 5 minutes.
The look of your natural color in just 5 minutes with Just for Men.
We now go to the bottom of the second inning. It will be the middle third of the order for the Brewers to face Nolan Ryan. Ryan had a couple of strikeouts and a ground ball in the first inning and showing no effects in the early going of that back bothering him whatsoever. So he's throwing the ball hard tonight.
I think you said it best with the fact that he's been able to establish all 3 of his pitches in the first inning. Was getting them over. Another Ryan child. Getting into the music just a little.
Nolan was not available for interviews this afternoon, so his 2 sons, Reed and Reese, were out there being interviewed by the media this afternoon, and they were eating it up. Boy, they were having a great time talking about Dad and how proud they are of Nolan Ryan and how proud he is of his entire family. Dave Parker, a .305 batter at the plate, a line drive to center. Pettis comes in, now has to put the brakes on as that ball hung up for him. So Dave Parker, who I think will be one of the toughest outs that Nolan Ryan has to face tonight. Line sharply to center field to begin the second inning. I say that because Parker, being a left-handed hitter, experienced, he has faced Nolan Ryan a lot, but he's a very good fastball hitter out away from him, and he's disciplined inside.
Plus, he can handle the breaking ball very good, and he's a good guess hitter.
Other than that, he has no chance, huh? One gone now to Greg Vaughn, who's hitting at .235. Vaughn with double figures in home runs. He has 10. And Ryan's fastball right on by Vaughn. That was what we saw last night from Greg Vaughn. The rest of his numbers are apparent. Had trouble with that high fastball from Bobby Witt.
But he doesn't have trouble swinging the bat hard.
No.
He cuts it loose.
Spinning around and fouling it back. Yeah, that's, you know, that I think is part of the Don Baylor teaching.
Just getting your money's worth right here.
Now take off unbutton your shirt anyway and get a good rip of the next one, Greg. Mercy. He connects with the Ryan fastball and that kind of swing. That's going to be down at the hotel, which is about 10 miles away. Breaking ball in the dirt. It's a ball and a strike.
That's pretty good power numbers. Averages numbers out over the course of a full season, and they're looking at close to 100 RBIs and close to 3 into the 20s as far as home runs.
Another breaking ball, and it's 2-2 to Greg Vaughn. Remember the graphic we showed you early in our open about the 15 pitch mark that Nolan had to get by to have that batting average against him significantly drop. Chopper on one hop down to Steve Buechele. High throw and wide of the bag, but nicely played by Rafael Palmeiro. Out number 2 is recorded. That danger zone for Nolan was the first 15 pitches of the ball game. Opposition hitting almost 300, but he's gotten past that now.
A typical routine play by Boo, and see Rafael make a nice play coming off the bag to the right side, able to hold on. Rafael continually just improving and getting better at the first sack.
Jim Gantner to the plate, and the left-handed hitter takes a pitch outside for ball 1. Gantner homerless this year, 11 RBIs, coming back from very, very tough knee surgery. Strike 1. He had reconstructive surgery on that knee, and there were some doubts at Jim's age, and of course playing a middle infield position, whether he would be able to ever get back to major league competition, but he has responded very well. Fly ball down the left field line in Cavili to foul territory, but the wind pushing that just out of his reach, about 3 rows back. So Nolan has a count, a ball and 2 strikes while Gantner comes back to the plate. Let's take 5 seconds right here for station identification. This is the Texas Ranger Baseball Network.
You're watching Texas Rangers Baseball on KTVT Channel 11, Fort Worth, Dallas.
Nolan Ryan back to Jim Gantner with the 1-2 pitch. And the curveball for the time being has left Nolan Ryan. He has bounced the last 3 that he has thrown. So the count evens at 2-2. But many concerned about Jim Gantner's age. He's 36 now, about his ability to rehab his knee at that age and still play a good second base. But, boy, he certainly has come back well. Fouled out of play to the left side.
Jim Gantner is one of the more fierce competitors, I think, in all the major leagues. You look at Nolan Ryan on the mound and Gantner at the plate. You can't hardly beat these two. Gantner, a real gamer, really underrated for playing in Milwaukee all the years, not getting a lot of press. He can play second base and hit the ball average-wise and also driving in runs as well as any second baseman.
That fastball in the dirt and right on by everybody. So it's a full count to Gantner. Jim Gantner, the number 6 hitter in the Milwaukee order tonight. If he's able to reach base, Mike Felder would come to the plate here in the second inning. No score. There have been no base runners for either ball club. Nolan Ryan okaying the sign from Gino Petralli and the payoff pitch. Gantner with that very quick stroke. George W. Bush, the managing general partner of the Texas Rangers, on hand here tonight.
This is Bush, Dusty Rose.
Gantner again fouling it up. Well, people have come from literally all over the country to watch Nolan Ryan's attempt for 300 tonight. And I think that's one of the reasons why this sellout crowd is on hand. You just had the people from Milwaukee. I don't believe they would have done it, but there are people coming in from everywhere.
I had more telephone calls at the hotel today than I've had all year. Amazing. People coming in and wanting to know if there's any tickets available.
Were they all for you? The calls, I mean?
The calls? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all right then. You never know.
Nobody asked for you.
No, I didn't think they would. Again, the 3-2 pitch. That's outside, and Gantner works Nolan Ryan for a 2-out walk. Now the first base runner of the game. Nolan walks Gantner on a 3-2 pitch. He's at first base now, and Mike Felder coming up.
I think Nolan, if anything tonight, probably want to cut down on what just happened there base on balls. This is an excellent base running ball club. Malter, Yant, Sheffield, Surhoff, Felder, all very good speed, lead the club in base stealing. Only Parker and O'Brien in this lineup tonight have not really, they don't have good speed. O'Brien, the only one that doesn't have a stolen base.
There goes Gantner. The pitch is inside. Petrali's throw is way wide. And sliding in safely with his 7th stolen base of the year is Jim Gantner. I don't think Gino had a real good grip on that ball when he cut it loose towards second base.
I think anytime a base runner gets a big jump, it's really hard to try to grab the ball and throw it real quick. A difficult position. Actually, his hand hit his mask, it looked like, on the way back. And that's something we're going to probably see a lot tonight, is very aggressive runners for the Brewers.
Ryan back with a 1-0 pitch. That's high and away to Mike Felder. 2 balls and no strikes now. Felder hitting at .250 on the year. And he has already contributed to the Brewer cause tonight with a great diving catch back in the first inning. A line shot from Julio Franco's bat. And Felder in right field able to corral that vicious shot. And he looks at a strike to the outside corner from Ryan. 2-1. Mike Felder, very consistent switch hitter, .250 from both sides of the plate. As a left-handed hitter, 5 of his 13 RBIs have come as a left-handed. And Nolan falling behind now, 3-1. The left-hander Felder up there with a 3-1 count. He's the number 7 hitter. If he prolongs things, the catcher, Charlie O'Brien, will be next.
Felder in the lineup tonight. Tom Troublehorn want to get an extra left-handed bat in there in place of Rob Deere.
Felder, a big swing there, and no contact. Felder not leaving anything in the bag.
This Brewer lineup is a very difficult lineup to get through. They've been seesawing back and forth with Toronto Blue Jays this year as far as runs scored. Tied last night with the Blue Jays, but Toronto's big game last night put them in front of the Brewers.
Payoff pitch, and Felder fouls it out of play. So Nolan Ryan going right after Mike Felder on that 3-2 offering. Jim Gantner walked with 2 outs here in the second inning. He promptly stole second base on the first pitch, so he is in scoring position for Felder. Brewers now with 106 stolen bases on the year. They have been successful 106 of 153 attempts. They have led the American League the last 3 years in stolen bases. So this not an accident. Again, the 3-2 pitch. Again, Felder fouling it out of play.
They only had 7 base runners last night, and they stole 3 bases. One of them scored. That kind of shows you a little bit of how important it is to have a well-pitched ball game. Try to keep as many of the Brewers off the base paths as you can.
Mike Felder has been hot lately. And Ryan trying to cool him off. Looks like Nolan threw that circle changeup up there. Took a little bit off the fastball, and Felder able to chip away at it. Get it out of play.
You know, a little bit more to do his fastball and his changeup here after getting behind early in the inning on breaking balls, and made a little bit of adjustment in this inning. I think that's one quality factor about Nolan and any pitcher that has pitched very effectively for a long period of time.
Chopper out toward Franco. Quick throw, and the very quick Felder is shot down. Julio showing you that strong arm. So a good defensive play. The 2-out walk to Gantner, no problem. The Brewers strand their first runner. We finished 2 from County Stadium. Still no score.
Sunday night, August 5th, is Looney Tunes night at Arlington Stadium when the Rangers conclude their 4-game series with the Blue Jays. All the action starts at 6:30 when Bugs Bunny and his friends will greet you at the gates of the stadium. In honor of his 50th birthday, Bugs and his friends will entertain you with a short pregame performance. Also, all kids 13 and under will receive a sun visor from Bugs Bunny and the Rangers. That's Sunday night, August 5th. Get your tickets at any Rainbow Ticketmaster outlet or at the Rangers ticket office. For more information, call 817-273-5100.
Sir, unlike most people around here, you don't use the GTE everything pages. What is that?
Hop in. I spend 12, 15 hours a day in this baby, hunting down the goods and services I need. Now, if I were to use that book, everything I accomplish in this magnificent machine could be taken care of using a telephone. Somehow it's just not the same, is it?
People who want to simplify their lives use the GTE everything pages. Those who don't.
Where are you during the evening news?
I'm up about 2 stories. See, I get paid by the job, so I don't punch out at 5 or 6 o'clock. I stay until the job's done. Sure, I want to watch the news. I'm the kind of guy that likes to stay on top of things.
Coming soon. News Watch 11 at 7. Our news fits your schedule.
No kidding. News at 7? I can live with that.
Texas Rangers Baseball is being brought to you by Justin Boot Company, quality boot makers since 1879. By Southwestern Bell Corporation, the one to call on. And by Dr. Pepper, just what the doctor ordered.
Back at County Stadium. Oh, and win one. So, well, I tell you, there were a lot of folks that came out to this ball game with the express purpose of picking up that stub, first of all, that ticket stub, to say they were here in case, in case Nolan wins his 300th. That is going to be a collector's edition ticket, if you will. Petrali starting things off. But a lot of people had talked about coming in to get that ticket and then going home and watching it on TV.
We got a lot of information yesterday, the fact that people had called all over the country knowing ahead of time that they weren't even going to come to the ball game just so they had a chance to have a stub of the 300 win. But looking here tonight, it looks to be pretty packed. I don't really see a lot of empty seats. Looks like pretty much everybody showed up.
Petrali out in front of the count now, 2 balls and a strike. A few empty seats in the far reaches of the upper deck, but not many. Capacity here at County Stadium, a little over 53,000. A strike evens the count.
Is that the worst looking colored catching gear that you've ever seen? I don't know. I don't think I'd put that on. The old mustard man, huh?
Petrali, a fly ball right center field. Out to his left. 1 gone here in the Ranger third. Now we're talking about collector's items, and here's your opportunity to purchase a true collector's item. That's the Nolan Ryan commemorative program, and it's sponsored by MCI Telecommunications. The program highlights Nolan's career and, of course, his quest for his 300th win. To order, just send a $5 check or money order to Nolan Ryan Program in care of the Texas Rangers Baseball Club. That's Post Office Box 1111, Arlington, Texas, 76004. Now Steve Buechele at the plate, and he takes upstairs for ball 1. Boo hitting at .203 with 4 home runs, and he has driven in those 15. 1-0 pitch from Basio.
He's yet to really get it going consistently like he had it right before the broken bone in his hand that Plunk hit him from the Yankees early in April. But the last couple of games has been swinging the bat a little better.
2-1 the count. He had a home run in his first game back, for his second time back. Had a 3-hit game in that series in Arlington. Sharply hit ground ball, flagged down by Sheffield, who does a 360 to throw out his counterpart, Steve Buechele. Nice play by the young third baseman.
First step quickness is the most important, and Sheffield off to a real quick move toward that ball. Went back a little bit into the hole. Nice play.
Well, some pretty good defense shown by Gary Sheffield and the rest of the Brewers here tonight already. And 3 very good defensive plays behind Chris Basio, who has retired the first 8 Rangers that he has faced. Now the number 9 hitter, and that's center fielder Gary Pettis.
You mentioned the defense. That's a problem the Brewers have had. They lead the American League in errors. In fact, they've had more errors than games played. Tom Troublehorn hoping that the Brewers would get that part of the game turned around so that they can contend here in the next couple of months.
Well, you'll lead the league in runs scored, and your team ERA is right around 4. You got to figure you're going to be better than 9 games under 500. But they are not. 2-0 pitch to Pettis is a strike.
You can look at the Brewer problems in a couple of ways. You could first say that the injuries and the off years that some of the players are having. You got Molitor, who just came back last night. Gantner has been back 6 weeks. You look at Filer, Krim, and Wegman, pitchers that's still on the DL. That leads to their problems.
That is a shot to center, but it's hanging up for Robin Yount, who got a pretty good jump. And the side retired. So the first 9 Rangers are gone in order. We finished 2.5 at County Stadium. It's still the Rangers nothing and the Brewers nothing.
Hello. You may be wondering what all this fruit is for. Well, Ed has come up with a fabulous new cooler. Bartles & James Red Sangria, made from fine red wine with the flavor of oranges, lemons, and limes. Ed thinks it will be the summer's most popular cooler. He says it is the perfect choice if you are having a party, and he hopes you will invite a lot of friends because he has certainly picked a lot of fruit. Please try our new Bartles & James Red Sangria, and thank you for your support.
And what's the #1 thing you like about the South?
The food?
It's my home.
My mama. Now that's hard.
And what's your #1 headache powder?
Why, goodies, of course.
It's not without reason. People have made goodies #1.
Goodies.
Because it combines the 2 pain relievers that doctors recommend most.
Goodies.
And it's one of the few things most of us can agree upon.
Now that's easy. Goodies.
The South's #1 headache powder.
He is known as the founder of 26 different companies. A proven manager, he's created over 100,000 jobs. Yet there's another side of Clayton Williams. Army veteran, teacher, husband, the father of 5 children. His determination to save a generation from drugs would capture the heart and imagination of a state and a president. Clayton Williams, he'll make Texas great again.
As we move to the 3rd inning, we have tonight's Southwest Airlines trivia quiz. Nolan Ryan owns 3 cattle ranches and is very active during the off-season. Named 2 other 300 winners who became cattle ranchers as they retired as ball players. They're Cheesehead. No cheese at his place.
No, he does not have any cheese down there. It's all cattle. Working cattle ranches. So Nolan, not only trying to become a 300-game winner, he's trying to get the record for the most cattle ranches owned by a 300-game winner. And a breaking ball to start things off to Charlie O'Brien is strike 1.
Charlie O'Brien playing tonight in place of B.J. Surhoff. In fact, interesting, B.J. Surhoff left-handed hitter, O'Brien a right-hander. O'Brien hit a 3-run home run against Ryan in Texas last year and has had some success against Nolan. Tom Troublehorn said, I think I'll go with O'Brien.
No one keeps throwing curveballs like that. That's going to change the success ratio for Charlie O'Brien. 0-2.
There's a case you never give up on the breaking ball. Even though he had problems last inning getting it over, you might put it on the shelf for just a few pitches or maybe a couple of batters, but then you come back and you try it again.
Fly ball well hit left center field. Pettis on his horse at the track, and he makes the catch. This ballpark faces southeast. We mentioned the breeze is blowing from the southeast at about 7 miles an hour a bit earlier. That was just enough to keep this shot in the ballpark.
You see that ball come back out over the middle of the plate, and this right there, that part of the ballpark is not the place to hit it. 392 out there in the bigger areas in the American League at that place. Normally this is a very good ballpark to hit in, a good background, really good to see it. The lighting is such too that it's favorable, and really this is a facility you have to try to keep the ball down the line. It's very short, 315 down both the right field and left field line.
The one long fly ball, 1 out here in the 3rd inning, and Billy Spires coming to the plate. Nolan was a little disgusted with himself after giving up that 0-2 long fly ball to Charlie O'Brien. Spires going after that first fastball from Ryan, fouling it back. Strike one.
You take an 0-2 count, that's just the sin is in pitching is to try to give up a hit or a hard hit ball in that count. You want to try to waste something or make a hitter chase after it, and that's probably the reason why Nolan was disgusted.
Change up, and Spires out in front. Of those 42 pitches, Nolan threw 29 of them in the second inning. He had a little control battle with himself. Walked one and ran the count to 3-2 on Mike Felder before getting him to ground out. But he's out in front of Spires here, 0-2. Nolan not very pleased with that pitch on 0-2. The curveball hanging up and out over the plate. Spires fouled it off, though. Nolan Ryan trying to become the 20th man in Major League history to win 300 ball games in a career. Sharply hit ground ball, but right at Jeff Houston. Played perfectly, 2 gone. So Spires rounding out to his counterpart. Now back to the top of the Brewer order, and Paul Molitor.
I've been fortunate to be able to catch, after Nolan gets his 300, 3 of those pitchers. Nolan, along with, I got a mind blank right now.
Warren Spahn, Walter Johnson, Cy Young.
Don Sutton, Gaylord Perry.
Sutton, yeah.
Played against Steve Carlton, Tom Seaver, a couple of other 300-game winners, along with Phil Necro.
Right. Molitor, first ball swing, a little looping fly ball to left. Houston can't come up with it. It falls for a base hit. And Molitor aboard with the first hit of this ball game. Jeff Houston, a great effort. Boy, he went a long way into left field and made a diving attempt, but couldn't come up with it.
And the only reason he went that far is because he just turned around, went flat out, running straight back toward left field, just off the fingertips.
Jeff Houston, you remember, a critical play in the 9th inning of Nolan Ryan's no-hitter in Oakland back on June the 11th. Slowly hit ground ball from Ricky Henderson. He charged and threw him out on the dead run. And that really, if there was a game-saving play, Houston had it in that ball game, or a no-hitter saving play. So Molitor, a very definite base-stealing threat at first with 2 outs. Robin Yount at the plate. Molitor with 10 stolen bases in 12 attempts this year.
This will be a situation you probably will see him attempt.
He's not going on the first pitch. Yount, a drive to right field. Sierra back at the track, at the wall. It is off the wall. Coming in to score all the way from first base is Molitor, and sliding in with a triple is Robin Yount. Ball disappeared from our view momentarily. Apparently it hit the fence above the padding and below the pipe railing out there in deep right field. And then eventually rebounded. Tom Trebelhorn along with Andy Etchebarren. Etchebarren, the first base coach, out to talk to first base umpire John Hirschbeck, who made the call. There was no doubt, though, Paul Molitor scoring easily with 2 outs. He was running on the play the entire way.
Young gets good extension on this ball. Just came back into him. He's a good down and in hitter. Ball came in that area. Takes it to right field. Uses his hands very well. See it come off the top of the fence there. Sierra, not really knowing what had happened at first, thought it maybe had gone into the seats, but yet rebounded to pick it up and get it in.
So Robin Yount, the RBI triple, puts the Brewers on top 1-0. And Gary Sheffield gets spun around by a breaking ball that hung inside to it. Sheffield, a strikeout victim, back in the first. So Milwaukee on top of Nolan Ryan and the Rangers, 1-0 here in the 3rd inning.
You might note, too, that the Brewers are a very explosive ball club. They can put runs up very quickly.
Ryan working from the stretch with Yount at third. And he throws that fastball right on by Sheffield. Gary Sheffield, a .326 hitter on the year. Took a collar last night to break his 16-game hitting streak. That's the longest of his young career. Towering pop-up, foul territory, third base side. Steve Buechele over there, but it's halfway back in the lower stands.
Sheffield took a lot of heat last year because of an incident of being thrown at, and mentioned some critical things opposing to his own teammates, but played hurt all year, and that wasn't recognized.
Chopper toward short. Houston on to Palmeiro. The side retired, but the damage done. Not a lot, but 1 run for Milwaukee. They had 2 base hits. It all happened with 2 outs, and they strand their second runner. After 3 complete, Rangers trail by 1.
I've been in baseball for a long time, and guess who else has been in there pitching for 40 years? That's right, my friends from Whataburger. They've been cooking that great food since 1950, and today it's still made hot, fresh, and just the way you want it. For 40 years, Whataburger has been a family tradition, and just like a certain pitcher I know, they're not getting older, they're just getting better. You know, some things just keep getting better with age.
And now the great Nolan Ryan demonstrates his pitching technique.
The big metal shaver. It's great.
How about that? And you know, Jim, it's pitches like that that'll get him into the Hall of Fame.
Boy, you said it, Mel.
One of the most important drives towards the 21st century was a test drive, not of a car, but of a gasoline. Independent engineers conducted a test developed by BMW that analyzed intake valve deposits, performance, fuel system cleaning. What they found was a gasoline created with the same drive as the car it powered. The super unleaded Genesis gasoline. From your friends at FEMA, a formula for the future.
Back to the Rangers half of the 4th inning, and last inning we asked the Southwest Airlines trivia quiz. Nolan Ryan owns 3 cattle ranches and is very active during the offseason. Named 2 other 300 winners who became cattle ranchers following their retirement as ball players. And the answer? Walter Johnson and Warren Spahn.
Your old teammates. That's great.
This trivia quiz was brought to you by Southwest Airlines, offering everyday low fares and convenient flights to many exciting destinations.
Jeff Houston to start things off. All the Rangers in the 4th. We see Spahny all the time at the Old Timers games. In the Equitable series of Old Timers games, he shows up quite often. I know you've caught him in at least one.
That's the first time I ever played catch with him now.
Okay.
Hey, what, he wasn't throwing the ball too bad.
No, I know it. Well,
it's amazing when you see some of these older pitchers come in there that still able to get the ball up there. Bob Feller threw the ball pretty good.
Houston pops one foul behind home plate. Charlie O'Brien coming back, but he runs out of room at the screen. Looks like a big canary chasing that thing.
I think I'd swat at it if I had a bat.
Looks like one of those fog lights they put on, you know, you get a fog area out by the boathouses.
I mean, I really don't think I'd get close to that. I take a little pride in catching.
And how you look.
That's really, I think that's really the tools of ignorance.
Houston a drive to right field. Felder toward the line in that short corner, but he has room in front of the fence and makes the catch. So Jeff Houston's bid to reach that short porch down the right field line comes up just a bit short. And Chris Bosio has been very economical tonight in the number of pitches he has thrown, about a 2-to-1 strike-to-ball ratio.
29 pitches in the 4th inning. That's pretty good. Went through the 2nd inning very fast. Baines and Incavilla swinging at the first pitch.
He has retired the first 10 that he has faced. Now Julio Franco 0 for 1 tonight. He was robbed by Mike Felder in right field. He's going to try it again and shoots this foul up near the roof on the first base side. It's 0-1.
Julio has mentioned that he really concentrates on trying to hit the ball the other way. He went through a little spell last week where his numbers dropped off a little, and at that point in time he really tries to concentrate on the right side of second base, and he has hit some shots that way.
Tried to drop a bunt down. He had Gary Sheffield, the third baseman, playing very deep, and Julio not able to get it down. Sheffield said, wait a minute, you don't bunt that much.
You know, hitters will do that to try to draw a fielder in, then hit it past him, but Julio very seldom hits a ball past third base down the line, unless it's an off-speed pitch.
Right.
And had to think that he was trying to go for a base hit.
Ground ball to the left side. Spires scoops it up, played a tough hop, and a wide throw played nicely by Molitor. They get Franco. Paul Molitor, some fancy footwork over there around the bag at first.
Spires coming back and seemed going over the top with this throw. Molitor just staying on enough to make the out, but Spires, exceptional shortstop, who's had a little bit of problems over the years, but it couldn't hardly throw in spring training, but has bounced back and begun to throw the ball harder and harder.
Ball had some good carry on it. It actually took off a little bit like a cut fastball would. So 2 gone here in the fourth. Rafael Palmeiro, who struck out his first time up, is at the plate and takes high and away for ball 1. Palmeiro now hitting at .322 on the year. 1 out of 5 in last night's contest. Fazio throwing strikes.
Fazio really has had problems trying to win ball games. We mentioned earlier that he's pitching a little bit of hard luck. Also had some problems with his knee and fighting the injuries, and the hard luck that contributed to the lack of wins.
Palmeiro lifts the fly ball shallow center field. Yount coming in. Plenty of time to get there. And it's the 4th perfect inning for Chris Fazio. So he finished 3.5. It's Milwaukee on top of Texas 1-0. And guests on Ranger Baseball telecast received a gift from the Justin Boot Company. Quality boots since 1879 with dealers nationwide, or a distinguished Alfix from Switzerland watch for dress or sport at fine stores everywhere.
Man, what a day. I could sure use a vacation. Yeah, I'd like to be right here.
Ice cold, bud.
Hey, maybe tomorrow we should bring the boss.
Nah.
When you serve WD brand U.S. Choice beef, expect company. Ride on in for one of the biggest beef sales ever from the beef people, Winn-Dixie.
Turn the key.
Exxon brings you 2 new gasolines that reduce emissions.
Feel free.
New Exxon 93 Supreme and Exxon Plus. Each precision engineered for high performance and lower emissions.
Exxon.
They're the first of a new generation of gasolines from Exxon.
Turn the key. Exxon. Ready to go?
You think they'll think it's a spitter? Nah.
Dave Parker to start things off for Milwaukee in the bottom of the 4th inning. And Parker, first ball swinging as he did his first time up. This time he misses. First time up, he lined to center field. 1-0 Milwaukee. Brewers able to string together a 2-out single by Molitor and a triple by Robin Yount for their run in the 3rd. Line drive toward left center. That's going to fall. Incaviglia over to cut it off. A big turn to first by Parker. He's going for 2. Here's the throw and the tag. They get him. Nice job by Julio Franco of realizing that Parker was going to be a dead duck if Julio went out and got the ball and then got the tag back. He had time to do it and played it very well.
Nolan got a ball up in the strike zone, and Parker hit it very hard into the gap in left center. Incavilla hustling, makes a spin there to try to get his momentum all going towards second base. Nice throw that Julio reads, gets back very quick for the out.
And a good job of base running, too, by Dave Parker. That's one of the times when you want to try and stretch that single into a double. Greg Vaughn swinging through a fastball. Parker thinking double when that ball left the bat. Even though he doesn't have the speed he once did, still a good base runner, and that was the right time to try. Your club on top by one. You lead the inning off and try and get that double if you can. With nobody out, with 2 outs, that's the time to do it.
That's baseball.
Vaughn, a swinging strike 2. Greg Vaughn tonight 0 for 1. He grounded to third base in the second inning. Took an 0 for 3 Collar last night. For the Brewers now with 3 base hits. Nice play by Incaviglia and Franco to nullify that 1 hit by Parker. And Vaughn gone on strikes. Nolan Ryan with his first punch out since the first inning. Has 3 in the game now. Looks kind of like a mismatch, huh?
The book on Bonds tried to keep the ball up on him, up out of the strike zone here. Nolan goes for it.
But 2 gone here in the 4th inning, and Jim Gantner, who has drawn the only walk tonight, issued by either pitcher at the plate. Gantner doesn't walk a lot. He doesn't strike out a lot. Puts the ball in play most of the time, and not able to make contact on that first Ryan pitch.
The player is very flexible within the lineup. He's a good number 2 man. He can hit behind the runner, makes contact, good hit and run. And yet still at the bottom of the order, he can provide some good offense from the standpoint, good average, drives in some very key runs.
His nickname is Gumby.
The players call him the dog.
Yeah.
He just scraps for everything.
Yeah.
Fights tooth and toenail. And
remember that great 1982 team here in Milwaukee with Yount and Gantner, Molitor. They had Gorman Thomas, Cooper, Ogilvy. Gantner was probably one of the best players for that ball club, a scrappy type ball club. They had great power on the team, but they scratched out runs as well as anybody also, and he was one of the leaders in that type of an offense.
That team hit for the whole year what the Rangers have done over the last 38 ball games. Rangers averaging just under 5 runs, and the Brewers able to put on some big numbers that year.
1 ball, 2 strikes the count to Jim Gantner. Nobody aboard, 2 outs in the 4th. Gantner pulls one through the hole on the right side for a base hit. Ryan got that pitch up, and Gantner made him pay for it as he banged it by Rafael Palmeiro. So Gantner, who had a stolen base in the 2nd at first with 2 outs. Mike Felder coming to the plate.
I think, too, a good opportunity to try to do the same thing that he did back in the 2nd inning. Except he may not try it on the first pitch this time, since he did previous time. May think the Rangers might pitch out. Take a look.
He's not going. Pitch down low for ball 1. Felder had a good at bat first time up against Ryan. He battled once Gantner stole second base. Felder able to battle to a 3-2 count and foul off 3 pitches before finally grounding out to end the 2nd. Gantner with not a large lead at first. Bluff move, and he gets back as Felder fouls it back. 1-1.
Gantner really wanted to go that time. What happened, he had started and had to stop because Ryan did not deliver, and because of that little stop motion, he decided, hey, I couldn't get a jump. Had his balance going back toward first.
Gantner expands his lead just a little bit. Felder showing bunt. That got Steve Buechele on the run toward home plate, and he took a strike anyway. Mike fielder with good speed. Steve Buechele was playing back behind the bag, and now with 2 strikes, he will back up even a step further. Ryan set for the 1-2 pitch. Count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Rangers, by winning last night's ball game, pulled to the 500 mark against Eastern Division competition. They are now 31-31. Felder slapping one out of play toward the seats down the third base side. Jim Gantner with his stolen base still perfect on the year. That stolen base in the second inning will increase those numbers by 1.
Obvious sign that his knee is feeling pretty good. Talked to him this afternoon, said that his rehab has gone very well.
There he goes again. Pitch pulled foul. Andy Etchebarren having to jump out of the way of that ground ball. So Gantner returns to first. Felder remaining at the plate. Still a 2-ball, 2-strike count.
You look back at the history of these Brewers and the problems they've had with injuries all the way back to the late in the season, 82. Raleigh Fingers first went down. We talked a little bit about it last night. Also, Pete Vukovich, who was the Cy Young winner that year, hurt his arm, did not pitch in 83, 84. Herman Thomas hurt himself that year. You go on to 84, where Robin Yount started having shoulder problems, and that was his last year at shortstop.
There goes Gantner again. Pitch is grounded to second base. Franco up with it nicely, and the side retired. So for the Brewers, no runs on 2 hits. They strand their 3rd runner of the game, and we've finished 4 in County Stadium. Brewers 1, Rangers nothing.
And this is our 1991 Chevy S10EL. Let me point out a few features. Electronic fuel injection, power front disc brakes, rear wheel anti-lock brake system, double wall steel, front and rear. 5-speed, full gauges, tinted glass. What do you think?
So, what will I get for this price?
Let me show you.
The 91 Chevy S10EL. For value, nobody's winning like today's Chevy truck.
Hey, comrades of cool, listen down. It's Bennigan's great Glasnost giveaway through August 18th. You could win trips to Moscow, thousands of prizes. Oh, boy. Flying Midway Airlines to Russian circus touring America. Winsky, Bigsky, whoop it up with Russian food and drink, Bennigan style. Bottoms down. Play the great Glasnost giveaway through August 18th. Come join the party at Bennigan's. Your escape.
Where are you during the evening news?
I'm about 5 miles and, 45 minutes from home. So I got some news for those guys that show the news at 5 and 6. There's traffic out here. Now there's a story. Metroplex man finally gets home in time for news. Details at 7.
Coming soon. Newswatch 11 at 7. Our news fits your schedule.
Now, before we go to the 5th inning, a quick reminder that Sunday night, that's the 5th of August, is Looney Tunes night at Arlington Stadium. Rangers will conclude their 4-game series with the Toronto Blue Jays. All kids that night, 13 and under, with a paid admission for the game, will receive a sun visor from Bugs Bunny and the Texas Rangers. And also, Bugs and his friends will entertain you with a short pregame show. For more ticket information, you can call Metro 273-5100. Looney Tunes night. Should be a good evening out at the ballpark. August 5th. Ruben Sierra will start things off for the Rangers against Chris Bosio, who has been perfect through the first 4 innings. Ruben flied out to shallow left field his first at bat, as Bosio comes back with a 1-0 pitch. And he's behind 2 balls and no strikes. Ruben 1 out of 4 last night. Bosio exchanging baseballs with the home plate umpire, Al Clark. Chris Bosio has struck out 1 tonight, and he has been backed by some excellent defense. 3 very good defensive plays. Sheffield, Molitor, and Felder have all contributed with the leather. And Ruben looks at a strike, 2-1. Bosio trying to break a dry streak that dates back to the 20th of May. And there's the first base hit for Texas. Sierra, a solid single to center field. So some divided loyalties here at County Stadium. Some cheering, some booing, but Rangers put their first hit on the board in the 5th inning.
You can sinker down the way. You'll see Bosio turn it over like that, and Sierra catching it out toward the end, kind of knuckled all the way out into center field.
I mentioned the divided loyalty of some folks out here, most folks out here, to watch Nolan Ryan in his quest for 300. And Baines follows up Sierra's base hit with one of his own. Ruben stopping at second, so the Rangers, after being set down in order of the first 4 innings, have opened up the 5th with back-to-back singles, and now Pete Incaviglia coming up.
About a similar pitch to Sierra as it was here to Baines, and Baines taking it to left field.
And Charlie O'Brien out to talk to Chris Bosio along with Paul Molitor. Anyway, the fans out here have to feel similar to the way Don Baylor, or the sentiments that he expressed. Yeah, you like to watch the Brewers win if you're a Milwaukee fan, but deep down inside somewhere there's something that says, hey, Nolan Ryan is trying to make history once again.
Yeah, these stuff aren't worth anything if he loses.
No, that's exactly what the sign said.
Chance to get your money back. The Ryan victory.
Runners at first and second, nobody out. We'll see what Pete Incaviglia is asked to do. No bunt here as Bobby Valentine said, hey, that's my big man up there. I don't think I'll ask him to try and sacrifice right away.
Incaviglia has the best numbers against Bosio, plus 3 home runs. Early in the year, hitting a home run off of Bosio, and it was last year, rather.
1-1, the count to Inky. Pete now batting at 246. He's approaching that 60 RBI mark. He has 58 as he stands at the plate. A couple of men aboard. Nobody out in the top of the 5th inning. Way high and inside. 2-1.
The Ranger lineup has produced runs over a long period of time from the standpoint that Franco Palmeiro have been very consistent in almost a couple of months period of time. Sierra a month and Baines 6 weeks. And then Incaviglia has had many of the key hits. We got a big home run in Ryan's last outing.
That tied the ball game in the 9th inning, sent it to overtime against New York.
And Palmeiro had started that with 2 outs, and Sierra had a hit and set the stage for Incaviglia's home run.
Count evens as Pete Incaviglia can't catch up with a breaking ball from Bosio. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bosio had been perfect through the first 4. The 2 base hits starting things off. Ruben Sierra and Harold Baines with singles here in the 5th.
I think a pitcher like Nolan Ryan really brings out the best in the opposing pitchers. I think a lot of pitchers really key up for a game, especially something of this magnitude.
And the count runs full now to Incaviglia. So with Sierra at second and Baines at first, nobody out, a 3-2 count. I don't think you can afford to send them here in the 5th inning with Incaviglia at the plate. Bosio not really a strikeout pitcher, but Inky, right-hander versus right-hander. The runner's staying there, and the pitch inside, that loads them up. So Bosio gives up the first 2 hits of the ball game to start things off, and then walks his first man immediately after those 2 hits. And he is in hot water. Gino Petrale coming to the plate. Sierra moves down to third, Baines to second, and Incaviglia to first. Tom Trebelhorn talking with Larry Haney on his right, Andy Etchebarren on the left.
Tom Trebelhorn mentioned before the game, he goes, part of the job of a manager is like a forest ranger. You got to put out a bunch of brush fires, and he's right in that particular problem right now.
Putting his Smokey the Bear hat on even as we speak. Bases full, nobody out. Infield at double play depth. And Petrale fouls off the first pitch from Bosio. Strike 1. Gino flied to center field his first at bat. That was leading off the 3rd inning. Didn't play in last night's contest. Gino at 228 on the season. Disappointing stats for Petrale this year, who has been hampered by injuries.
Well, he has had problems about as long as Palmeiro has been consistent, over 60 ball games. And I think, although it hasn't happened yet, one of the positive factors about having Steve Buechele back is that it's going to give Gino Petrale a few more better pitches. I think as Gino gets a little more selective and he gets a better feel at the plate, Buechele gets on a hot streak, you're going to see less breaking balls to Gino and more fastballs.
Petrale, a drive to right field. It will be playable for Felder. Tagging at third is Sierra. The catch is made. Here comes Ruben. Baines going to third. Sierra scores, and the Rangers have tied this ball game. Gino Petrale with a sacrifice fly drives in Sierra. That's Petrale's 15th RBI of the season. And just as important, Harold Baines able to move from second to third on that long fly to right field.
Gino does a great job of getting a ball to the outfield, a slider that he gets under with his hands, lifts it to right field, and on third base. Excellent job. See the tag up, and also Baines being able to make it over to third.
So a 1-1 ball game now in the 5th inning. Runners at the corners, 1 out for Steve Buechele. Boo grounded out to third his first time up. A smash by Sheffield. Baines will score. The Rangers go on top 2-1. As Buechele comes through, down to second goes Incaviglia. So Buechele, who had Sheffield make a great play on him the first time, said, no, I don't believe he can do it twice in a row. And he was able to sneak it by Sheffield at third.
He really catches a good part of this slider right here. He hung it up enough for Buechele to really rocket it through the infield.
Buechele with his 16th RBI of the year. Larry Haney out to chat with his battery. Rangers with all of their offense here in the 5th inning. 3 hits and a walk. Sacrifice fly. Buechele's RBI single gets them on top by 1. Good to see him, Steve Buechele, back in the lineup and being productive. I know it really ate at him to get off to such a hot start and then have to miss time with that broken wrist. So the number 9 hitter for the Rangers, Gary Pettis, coming to the plate. Runners at first and second and 1 out. Pettis fly to center field in the 3rd inning. Fazio checks Incaviglia. And Pettis hits one to left center field. Moving over is Robin Yount. He calls off Vaughn and makes the catch. Runners have to stay at second and first. There are 2 outs now, and Jeff Houston coming up. So Pettis' first ball swinging. Skies out to Yount. Now Jeff Houston, who is 0 for 2 with a ground ball and a fly ball. Last time up, Houston pulled one down the right field line, sent Mike Felder all the way to the middle of the warning track in right field.
Not the inside track to being a leading candidate for Rookie of the Year. We've got Alomar at Cleveland, made the All-Star team this year. Outstanding rookie. Kevin Tampani, that nice pitcher from Minnesota, also having pretty good numbers. Jeff Houston, just an outstanding surprise, I guess you could say, for the Rangers, doing a great job at shortstop.
Fazio's 1-0 pitch is a strike to the outside corner. Jeff Houston has filled a void that the Rangers desperately needed filled. Matter of fact, he has proven to be a solid everyday shortstop. He has come through offensively, hitting at .266 right now, and he's been a good, solid ball player.
And he's shown to be a pretty good thinker at the plate. You see him look for some pitches. He's hit the breaking ball as well as the fastball. A lot of times you see a young player come up and not be very effective with that little spinner, but he has hung in there very well with even left-handed pitchers, the breaking ball.
Pulled down the first baseline and foul outside the bag.
Pretty good flip with the bat, too.
He's been working on that, yeah.
Those little moves players, spend a little free time in the clubhouse trying to get that particular part of the game down.
You gotta be hitting above 250 to be able to do that, though.
Right here, a little flip.
If you're hitting below 250, you drop that. And that's the way it happens. You're in a bit of a slump. Fazio checking in Cavilla, who's at second. And a line drive by Houston down the right field line. Felder can't get it. It's all the way to the wall. Incaviglia to score. Buechele being waved around third. He will score. And on to third base with a slide is Jeff Houston and a 2 RBI triple. Well, after 4 innings of frustration by Ranger hitters, finally able to find some holes here in the Brewer defense in the 5th inning. And they have scored 4 times with 4 hits. Jeff Houston driving in 2 with this triple.
And you see, most left-handed hitters are good low ball hitters, but Jeff Houston able to handle the high fastball. Excellent try by Mike Felder.
Houston, RBIs numbers 18 and 19 on the year. It is 4-1 Texas. Julio Franco at the plate. He is the 8th Ranger to come to bat here in the 5th inning. Fazio checking Houston, and the pitch to Franco is popped up on the right side. Jim Gantner signaling for the fair catch. Shallow right field makes the catch, and the side retired, but the Rangers put 4 on the board. They had 4 hits and lead their first runner. After 4.5, it's Texas 4 and Milwaukee 1. A reminder, this Midwest road trip is brought to you by Gatorade. Gatorade is thirst aid for that deep down body thirst.
There were way to get started, there were way to hang in, there were way to succeed, and there were way to begin. There's someone to be there with a long-term direction, yeah. You've got it made, 'cause you've got connections.
At Southwestern Bell, our everyday life is helping businesses communicate in their everyday life.
With Southwestern Bell, you've got great connections.
While the powerful exclusive formulation of Fina's Genesis gasoline cleans your car's fuel system, it also does something else. It cleans your car's exhaust emissions, reducing air pollutants significantly in many cars. That's a difference we may be able to see. Introducing Genesis gasolines. From your friends at Fina, the formula for the future.
State Farm tracks dangerous storms.
That helps State Farm agents like me deliver fast claim service. You see, before a catastrophic storm can threaten your home, our national coordinators are tracking that storm and sending in special disaster claims crews. Our local claims people are already gearing up. A hurricane or a kitchen fire, State Farm moves fast. It's a big reason we insure more homes than anyone else.
State Farm is there.
Now the Rangers and the Brewers finish up this series tomorrow afternoon. We will be with you at 1:30 Central Daylight Time. Texas at Milwaukee for that afternoon contest from County Stadium. But the big story tonight, right here, Nolan Ryan going for win number 300 in his career, has a 4-1 lead now as the Rangers put 4 on the board in the 5th. Ryan will face Charlie O'Brien to begin the bottom of the 5th, and the first pitch is up high, ball 1. O'Brien has flied out to center field and is only at bat here this evening. A swinging strike, a 1-1 count. Right now, let's take 5 seconds for station identification. This is the Texas Ranger Baseball Network.
You're watching Texas Rangers Baseball on KTVT Channel 11, Fort Worth, Dallas.
Another strike from Ryan to O'Brien. 1-2.
Charlie ended up doing a lot of the Brewer catching last year. Started off having problems, and because of O'Brien's ability to handle pitchers and very good behind the plate, throwing out runners, strong arm, ended up doing a lot of catching for Milwaukee in '89, having some of his best numbers offensively.
Ryan back with the 1-2 offering to O'Brien. Right on by Petrali. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Nolan Ryan with a 3-run advantage. Ryan has given up 4 base hits, 1 walk and 3 strikeouts through the first 4 innings. O'Brien, a slow roller to third, charging Buechele. Off balance throw, a tough hop for Palmeiro, and he can't hang on. Coffee, a little collision with Charlie O'Brien down there, trying to catch the errant throw by Steve Buechele, and it just popped out of his glove.
The roller here didn't look like too hard of a play, and Boo having some problems throwing the ball tonight. Didn't get a lot on that particular throw.
That will go down as an error on Steve Buechele. So O'Brien aboard to begin the 5th inning. Now Billy Spires coming up. Spires grounded to short back in the 3rd inning. O'Brien, not great speed at first. And Spires fouls off that first Ryan pitch. Is strike 1.
O'Brien, the only player in the lineup tonight, really hasn't attempted a stolen base. You may see Tom Troublehorn use Bill Spires, though, with a hit and run. Not necessarily in this next pitch, but the count gets a little better. With O'Brien not having very good speed at first, the potential for a hit and run could be on, but not now. 0-2. Will not see it.
Ryan throwing the changeup. Spires not able to wait long enough. Bill Spires, who at the beginning of the year battling injury problems, boy, the entire infield for the Milwaukee Brewers had problems all spring. Spires lost a fly ball left center field and shallow. Incaviglia and Pettis. Pete Incaviglia taking command. Makes the catch. Back to first base goes O'Brien. Well, it's time now for tonight's American League scoreboard. That's brought to you by Winn-Dixie, America's supermarket. New York shutting out Detroit as they play in the 4th inning at Yankee Stadium. In the 5th, it's Baltimore by 2 over Toronto. In the 6th inning, Boston looking for its 2nd straight shutout over Chicago. Also in the 6th, Kansas City 4-1 over Cleveland. And in the 4th inning, it's Minnesota shutting out California by 2. Later on, Seattle is at Oakland. Paul Molitor, a little over-anxious, went after a high fastball with no success. Molitor 1 out of 2 tonight. Had the first base hit against Nolan Ryan. That a 2-out single in the 3rd inning and scored the only Brewer run. 1-1.
Fundamentally with Paul Molitor, one of the things he does at the plate that's very good is you won't see him take much of a step with that front foot. Really gets it up and picks it down real quick. Just a little bit of a movement there.
Chopper down the 3rd base side is foul.
That allows him to really wait on a pitch and plus gets his hips through with good bat speed. Take a look right here. You see just a little bit of a movement. Doesn't pick it up much. Slides it across the ground.
1-2 the count to Molitor. Charlie O'Brien, the runner at first. 1 gone in the 5th inning. Out of play down the right field side.
I've also always considered Paul one of the better breaking ball hitters in the game because of that ability to wait back on the ball. Very good at guessing with pitchers and catchers. Looks location, looks pitches. Outstanding hitter.
Came in hitting at 292. He's now at 294 on the year. And he's down on strikes for the 2nd time tonight against the Express. And Nolan has 4 punch-outs. But you don't see many people throw fastballs by Paul Molitor twice in a game.
No, I think catch him looking for an off-speed pitch. This is exactly what happens because of mentioned Molitor's ability to look for the off-speed pitch. You do that with Ryan, and he can throw the fastball right by you.
A 2 out now to Robin Yount, who had the RBI triple in the third. And he takes up high for ball one. Yount tripled off the very top of the wall in right field over the head of Ruben Sierra. That brought home Paul Molitor with the lone Milwaukee run. So Yount now with 48 RBIs on the year. Ryan checking O'Brien. Fastball fouled off everybody behind home plate. Nolan Ryan and his quest for 300. Two balls and a strike to Yount.
Talked to Al Clark, home plate umpire, before the game, and about what this meant to him. He said, you know, this is really an important game. It'd be fun to work this game tonight. Said a lot of nice things about Nolan Ryan. I go, wait a minute, I don't want to hear that. We all know all the nice things about Nolan Ryan.
Right.
Is the plate going to be a little bigger tonight? That's what I want to hear. Is it going to get a little bigger as the game goes on? Nolan's got a lead. Does it increase just a little? And he laughed for about 30 seconds. So, you know, I can't talk about that.
Is that what he said? Can't talk about it?
Yeah, so you want to probably talk to your grandkids in a few years saying that, hey, I was behind the plate on the 300th win of Nolan Ryan.
And Yount gone on strikes. Ryan strikes out a pair here in the 5th inning. So the leadoff error allowing O'Brien to reach no damage. Brewers strand their 4th runner. We go to the 6th inning. It's still Texas and Nolan Ryan 4, Milwaukee 1.
Before the first Lexus ever saw the light of day, it saw the light of countless days. As part of our anti-aging program, surfaces were blasted as if by the sun, just so we could see what materials would best resist fading and cracking. Because any car can be new today, we want to be new tomorrow.
I put off telling him as long as I could.
We had just gotten married.
That I'd lost my wedding band.
We looked everywhere.
It was gone. I'd never felt so terrible in my life.
But since I bought it with my Citibank Visa, I got it replaced. Free.
At Citibank, almost everything you buy with our card is insured at no extra cost.
I was so
never
relieved.
thought the credit card you used could be that important.
Not just Visa, Citibank Visa.
Don't get off to a shaky start. With Ultra Slim Fast, only $5.49 from Target, and a little exercise, you can lose weight. All you have to make is a firm commitment. Now containing 30% more free.
Well, let's catch you up on the National League action from today. A final from San Francisco. The Giants down the Astros by 1 today. In the 7th inning, ball game still underway. Montreal 6-2 over New York. In the 8th inning, St. Louis shutting out Philadelphia by 4. In the 6th, at Chicago, the Cubs trailing the Pirates by 7. And the late starts on the West Coast. Atlanta visits San Diego, while Cincinnati is in Los Angeles. Boy, the Reds falling on hard times, aren't they?
Red fans got to be getting a little tight about that. San Francisco coming on. L.A. now probably back in the race. Look over the East Division. The Mets up playing Montreal. Montreal wanting to send a message to everybody that, hey, they're still involved in it also.
Rafael Palmeiro starting things off. He's out in front of the count to Chris Bosio. 2 balls and no strikes. Palmeiro 0 for 2 tonight. He has struck out and flied out. Oh, I know our director, Dave Burchett, has been a lot more quiet lately since Cincinnati has.
Well, he has not been popping off,
no,
has he?
No, he hasn't said a word. Palmeiro chops 1 foul, 2-1. First part of the year, you couldn't keep him quiet. I mean, it was Cincinnati this, Cincinnati that.
He was wearing red all the time. You get a little sickening almost.
Yeah. National League stories get a little old. Bosio now wants to get a new baseball. Chris Bosio sailed through the first 4 innings perfectly. Did not allow a base runner, but then the Rangers touched him for 4 in the 5th inning. Singles by Sierra and Baines, a walk to Incaviglia, sacrifice fly by Petrali. Steve Buechele had an RBI base hit, and the big shot, a 2-run triple by Jeff Houston. 2-2 now, the count to Raphael.
Well, it can't be too much of a pleasure having to face this Ranger lineup with the way that it has developed this year and last couple of months, the consistency that it has developed. Coming into this game, just for an example, the team had walked 40 times in the previous 8 games. That's an average of 5 walks a game. Also probably an indication pitchers beginning to get a little timid with the lineup. Very careful, trying to pitch each one very...
Palmeiro, a shot to right field. Felder can't get it. It's off the wall. And Karams toward right field. Palmeiro not stopping at second. He's going for 3. Gantner's relay throw is not in time. Rafael Palmeiro opens up the 6th inning with a triple off the wall in right. Second triple of the night for the Rangers.
Bosio just not getting his pitches where he wants to. That one he left up in the strike zone. Palmeiro looking for something hard, opened up, hit it down the line.
That as opposed to the triple that Jeff Houston had by Mike Felder. Felder got caught in between that ball hooking away from him, and he really had no shot at catching it. He probably would have been better advised just to play the Karam off the wall and hold Palmeiro to a double. But he went after it, and Rafi got the extra 90 feet. Now the infield draws all the way in with Ruben Sierra at the plate, and the first pitch brushes him back.
Bosio really has lost his concentration here after starting off strong in the first 4. Has had problems with his location. Normally a pitcher that uses 5 different pitches can be real difficult to hit. Can't look for any one pitch.
Action out in right field in support of Chris Bosio, who's having problems. That's ex-Ranger Paul Mirabella out there. Only one Mira in that. Just a stutter on my part. 1-0, the count to Ruben Sierra. Bosio working from the stretch with Palmeiro at third. Ball by O'Brien. The Karam, they might have a shot. Bosio's tag, they get him. Well, the Brewers dodged the bullet. They get the Karam off the concrete at the base of the screen behind home plate.
The chances of this happening are so slim. You see a little piece of cement along the bottom down there, probably about 5 inches. He hit just perfect on that for the Brewers to be able to make this play. There's so much of an opportunity back there for the ball to ricochet off at a different angle, and yet this one came right back to make an easy play for the Brewers.
And Ruben fouls the next pitch back and out of play. It's 2-1. Oh, the Rangers, a bad break that time. You're right. The chance of that happening, maybe 1 in 50.
It's really a freak. In all the years of playing here at Milwaukee County Stadium, I don't believe I've ever seen a ball come straight off like that.
And Ruben Sierra follows that play up with a shot to the gap in right center. Felder over to cut it off. Ruben going for 2, and he's in standing with a double. So Sierra 2 out of 3 tonight. A single and now a 1-out double. And Chris Bosio all of a sudden has found himself defenseless against Ranger hitters. And Tom Trebelhorn probably saying that's enough. I've seen the big man fall into too many patterns like this in the last 10 starts, and I'm going to go to the mound. He's got Mirabella out there looking toward the bullpen. Trebelhorn, a very purposeful walk to the mound, and that's going to do it. Trebelhorn takes the ball from Bosio, signals to the bullpen, and Mirabella will come on to face Harold Baines. So Sierra at second, 1 out. Rangers on top, 4-1. And while this pitching change is being made, we'll take a timeout on the Ranger Baseball Network.
Who's there?
Oh, it's you. That Phillips 66, we know what you're looking for in a restroom. Luxury? Too pretentious. Helpful attendance? In a restroom? Clean. Uh-huh. Phillips 66, we've got our finger on the pulse of America.
Union Arena, Friday, August 3rd at 8 p.m. Matches on the card include the Orient Express meeting the Rockers, $1 Million Man taking the Aussie, battles the Big Boss Man, and ravishing brick routines with Mr. Perfect to face the new combination of Perry Von Erich and the Ultimate Warrior. Tickets on sale at the box office, all Rainbow Ticketmaster and Ticket Quick locations. The WWF, August 3rd at Union Arena.
Well, we're here for Dollar Days at Skaggs Alpha Beta. It's kind of a special time. Mr. President, do you expect a lot of people to be coming to Skaggs to take advantage of Dollar Days?
Well, I would hope so.
Yeah, I hope so, too. You don't mind me barging in like this, do you? Hi, George, just look at these Dollar Day deals. 4 loaves of Skaggs Alpha Beta sliced white bread are just $1 with the insert coupon. And like any normal dad, the father of our country here enjoys fresh California strawberries, just $1.29 a quart. Well, that's our specials for this week. Take it from us. Take advantage of Dollar Days. We wouldn't lie to you, would we?
Now with a runner at second base here in the 6th inning. Paul Mirabella has come into the ballgame, 3-2 on the year with a 3.43 earned average in his 31st appearance. He's not recorded a save on the year, giving up just 43 hits in 42 innings, and has not allowed a run in his last 9 outings, covering 9 innings. Tom Troublehorn using Mirabella in short relief, and with a bullpen that has been very effective of late, just allowing 16 earned runs in his last 44 2/3 innings with a 3.22 earned run average.
The left-hander Paul Mirabella, who is a non-roster invitee to the spring training camp of the Milwaukee Brewers this year. The 36-year-old left-hander had a couple of tours of duty with the Texas Rangers. First time was back in 1978. Worked in 10 ball games for Texas, and again in 1982 he pitched for the Rangers. Played the full year in 82 and worked in 40 games that year. He was 1-1. Well, Mirabella, who was signed by the Brewers as a free agent back in February of 1987, on here to face Harold Baines with Ruben Sierra at second base and 1 out in the top of the 6th inning. Harold not trying to move any players around, just get the bugs out of the way. Baines tonight, 1 out of 2. And a single and a run scored last inning, and Mirabella's breaking ball is strike 1.
Tell himself right there, I got to stay back. He jumped at that first pitch, and you see a little bit of a technique that he uses to try to remind himself of proper techniques.
Now Mirabella with the 0-1 pitch coming to Baines. Another breaking ball, chopped first base side. Molitor right behind the bag, gloves it and steps on the bag for out number 2. Down to third goes Ruben Sierra. Oh, that will bring up Pete Incaviglia. Inky 0 for 1 officially tonight, although he walked and scored in that 4-run Ranger 5th.
I would imagine they may walk him here. Got the trolley coming up next.
Yeah, Charlie O'Brien down behind home plate, so apparently they are going to pitch to him. Although I agree with you, I don't think I'd mess around with Inky. Not when you have a left-hander on deck. Mirabella's first pitch, a line drive, base hit left field. Sierra scores, and Incaviglia didn't waste any time. He picked on that high offering from Paul Mirabella, and he puts the Rangers on top 5-1. His RBI single now accounts for his 59th driven in of the year.
Kind of hard to understand. Troublehorn used the intentional base on ball last night. This would have been a good case right here. Pretty good job of hitting here. You see just how well Inky kept his weight back. Head was really on the ball.
So Ruben touches home plate with the 5th Ranger run of the night. It's now a 4-run advantage. And Gino Petrali at the plate, who is 0 for 1. He had a sacrifice fly that got the Rangers on the board with their first run last inning. So Pete Incaviglia at first, 1 out of 2 this evening. 2 outs in the 6th inning.
Well, if you're a pitcher, how could you have control trouble throwing to a catcher with that target? You can throw strikes at that at nighttime. Lights out. Huh?
Oh, and 1, the count to Gino. Incaviglia, a small lead at first base, and Mirabella checking him. He goes that way anyway. I would think you'd have to try and get used to that for quite a while. Catching gear.
Who, the pitcher or the catcher?
The pitcher. Catcher would have to look at it. A little snap throw by O'Brien down to first and Incaviglia back. Count runs to 0-2 on Petrali. That is, well, you know, the chest protector isn't too bad. That's kind of toned down, but the shin guards, that's awful.
See that little extended toe plate that has become more popular the last couple of years helps to protect the toe from foul tips. Normally just having one of those little flaps down there has gone to 2. Here's what we're talking about. For years he just had that one little part hanging down, and because of the recommendation of certain veteran players, catchers I should say, they've extended that particular part down there.
Anyone in particular? Breaking ball. Petrali pokes one to center. Young moving to his right. Plenty of time to get there, and the side retired. The Rangers come up with a run. They had 3 hits, and they leave 1. They've left 2 in the ball game. So after 5 and a half, it's now Texas 5, Milwaukee 1. And Texas Rangers baseball is being brought to you by Jack in the Box Restaurants. For exciting new taste, this is the place.
Like to see you again. Come over to SeaWorld and play, where it's always a wonderful day, and a show place like no place on earth.
Folks in Refugio, Texas will tell you he was born to win. His neighbors in Alvin say there's never been a cattle rancher quite like him. And people with names like Hank, Johnny, and Brooks still remember taking a swing at him 20 years ago. These days, he winds up against players who were born the year he first hit the major leagues. At 43, he's not only still pitching in the majors, he's still winning, intimidating even the best hitters with explosive fastball. On this Southwest Airlines 20th anniversary, our hats are off to Nolan Ryan. Nobody knows more about the value of consistency, dependability, and reliability than Southwest. It's what got us to the majors, too.
Tonight's game summary is brought to you from your friends at FINA, the formula for the future. And, of course, everyone at FINA sending along their best wishes to Nolan. And their message, good luck for win number 300 tonight. Well, the story thus far, things are going well. Very good fashion. Chris Bosio was perfect through 4, but then the Rangers knocked him out of the ball game in the 6th. They had scored 4 in the 5th. Jeff Houston keyed that onslaught with a 2-out, 2-run triple. And Nolan has held the Brewers to just 1 run on 4 hits with 5 strikeouts. So we move to the 6th inning. Gary Sheffield to start things off. Sheffield has been one of the 5 strikeout victims. He's also grounded out. Ryan's first pitch of the 6th inning is a strike. Gary Sheffield, who began the night third place in the AL batting race. Now down to 325. And Nolan pops one up and in. Nolan huffing and puffing on the mound, as he usually does. He's set for the 1-1 pitch to Sheffield. Popped up, a towering pop-up behind home plate. Petrale off with a mask, right at the screen, and he just has enough room to make the catch. Good job by Gino locating the ball. A little bit easier now, though, Jim, I would think, with the sun completely set, not twilight or anything here. And this is a good ballpark to, as you mentioned, vision-wise.
He fundamentally threw his mask, went over to the screen, knew exactly where he was. Ball was going to be close. And as you mentioned, very nice place to catch fly balls.
So one gone now, and Dave Parker coming to the plate. Parker 1 out of 2 tonight. He was out trying to stretch a single into a double as he led off the 4th.
You know, Cobra, he really rises to the occasion. You put a big game on the line, big series, he's able to really perform, much like Reggie Jackson has done for years. And he played, and other very good ball players. He likes this game.
0-1 the count to Parker. Abe now hitting at 306 on the year. He has 114 hits. He's up among the league leaders. Parker coming into this ball game tied for 7th in the American League in that category. Pops one out of play back behind home plate. League leader Ken Griffey with 126. Action now out in right field in that Ranger bullpen. Getting in some work out there, Craig McMurtry. It will be interesting from this juncture of the game to the end to see what Bobby Valentine does with Nolan Ryan. Parker, a slowly hit ground ball. Franco to his left, and there are 2 outs. I've got to think that for all intents and purposes, it's going to be Nolan's call as to how far he wants to push this tonight.
I think so. Even coming into this game where he had a lot of stiffness in his throwing on the side in Toronto, some thought maybe he might not be able to perform tonight, but Nolan really having the call saying, look, I'm ready. Bobby Valentine going along with Nolan's wishes to start tonight. And I think, too, it could be tough, as you mentioned, we get down the stretch here. Nolan has only had 1 complete game in his last 14 outings, and because of that bad back. But I'm sure, and as we have talked to Nolan, this is very important to be able to go out there and pitch the whole game. Like to be able to walk off the mound after it's all over with 300 in his pocket.
0-1 the count to Greg Vaughn, who's 0 for 2 tonight. Count evens now at a ball and a strike. Yeah, there's something about a milestone like this that Nolan Ryan would like to be able to say, not only did I get 300, but I finished it. It's just something a little extra about that. I've got to believe that Nolan has that more to the front of his mind than the back.
Yeah, I think a little bit easier for him tonight, too, from the standpoint you've got a cool evening. I think that has really helped him to get to this point in the game and still be very effective throwing the ball hard. Also, you know, he is so conscious of fans and is so considerate of fans that I think in his last start at home, he put a lot of pressure on himself to try to come through because the people had come out to the game, and so to have it here on the road, I think a little less pressure.
Now Greg Vaughn becomes Nolan Ryan's 6th strikeout victim. That's twice that Vaughn has gone down on strikes. Nolan has retired the last 6 that he has faced. Will go to the 7th inning in Milwaukee. The score remains Texas 5 and Milwaukee 1.
That was a good dinner.
Well, let's go for a walk, honey.
It's the only kind of walk I like.
The new 5-liter Mustang. Power, handling, looks. What more could you want in a high-performance sports car? And now till August 8th only, get $900 cash back on the hot 5-liter Mustang. Hurry to your Dallas Metro Ford dealers.
One of the most important drives towards the 21st century was a test drive, not of a car, but of a gasoline. Independent engineers conducted a test developed by BMW that analyzed intake valve deposits, performance, fuel system cleaning. What they found was a gasoline created with the same drive as the car it powered. The super unleaded Genesis gasoline. From your friends at FEMA, a formula for the future.
Aren't they a wonderful couple?
Cheers, weeknights at 6:30 on the Super Ones.
As the Rangers move to the 7th inning, it's that time again for the Goodies Home Run Jackpot inning. Brought to you by Goodies Headache Powder. Goodies when you work for a living. And the jackpot now back up to $3,000. That was the amount that Jeff Bradley won in Oakland back some time ago. And interesting, too, we got the 3009. Our second contestant is from Duncanville. So we'll just see if Duncanville can stay hot in this contest. And Steve Buechele leading off for the Rangers. He will be batting for Scott Rustin of Midlothian.
All right, Scott, let's see if Steve Buechele can make you $3,000 richer. Buechele tonight 1 out of 2 with an RBI single, and he has scored a run. Mirabella deals a breaking ball for strike 1. Rangers 5 runs on 7 hits. The Brewers 1 run on just 4 hits against Nolan.
Saw the latest movie, Days of Thunder. A little Goodies Headache Powder in there for the race car drivers. Sure they get banged around a little bit.
Yeah.
Tom Cruise's latest movie.
You want to give us a critique on that movie, or was, you know,
A lot of action.
A lot of action, okay.
A lot of banging around.
A lot of headaches for the Goodies folks. High tight fastball gets Boo out of the way. 1-2. How many stars would you give that?
On a 5-star, probably 3.
That's pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a good action movie. I mean, the plot's not real good, but I mean, if you like a lot of race car driving, a lot of good pictures.
Don't give away the ending. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. Buechele leading things off in the 7th inning. A little check swing foul toward the Brewer dugout.
That's not one of the better critiques you've ever heard.
It's good enough for me.
Where you go to?
Yeah. Talking about Nolan and the possibility of finishing this ball game that he would like to. Nolan has reached the 100-pitch mark now. He's at 101 through 6 innings. Pitch outside. Full count. It's not the ghost-busting crew. That's one of the many media groups that have arrived at County Stadium tonight. Boy, it really did look like a playoff or World Series game this afternoon prior to the contest. There were people all over the place. Buechele a drive, deep right center field. Felder going back at the track and makes a fine running catch. Second nice play of the evening by right fielder Mike Felder. And Buechele robbed of extra bases.
Boo really taking a pretty good swing at this pitch. Good use of his hands. The ball's coming inside. Hits it to right center field. And good idea there of what speed in the outfield will do for you.
1 gone now, and Gary Pettis the hitter.
Gary hitting for David Huff of Duncanville.
David Huff of Duncanville. Okay, well, let's see if you can join a city mate of yours. Jess Bradley, who won $3,000 courtesy of John Russell's home run back on June the 11th, the night that Nolan Ryan pitched his 6th, the no-hitter. Pettis tonight 0 for 2. He has twice flied to center. Now Gary turning around to hit from the right side against the left-hander Mirabella. 1-0 pitch from the left-hander. Out of play. Well, you're talking about the possibility of Nolan throwing a complete game tonight. I think last 5 pitchers that have won 300, that goes back to Gaylord Perry in 1982. 4 of them have had complete games to win their 300th. The only one that did not was Steve Carlton in 1983, who worked 8 innings in a 6-2 win. Pettis a shot to right. Felder having trouble with the lights, has to go to both knees to make the catch. 2 gone. And back to the top of the order, and Jeff Houston.
Jeff Houston hitting for Cookie McCormick of Fort Worth.
Mike Felder had a tough play to work with here. He had the ball come out of the light bank above the third base dugout and stayed with it nicely. The last pitcher to win 300, I'm sure you folks along the Ranger Network will remember. We had it for you from Anaheim back in June of 1986 as Don Sutton defeated the Texas Rangers. He threw a complete game, 5-1 victory that night. To enter our goodies jackpot, by the way, just send a postcard with your name, address, and phone number on it to Goodies Home Run Jackpot, Post Office Box 1751, Fort Worth, Texas 76113. Jeff Houston grounds out to the right side. Jim Gantner taking care of things. Rangers gone in 1-2-3 fashion. But things continue to get more and more electric here at County Stadium. Nolan Ryan will take the hill for the bottom of the 7th inning. Rangers on top by 4.
Why is it so difficult to communicate? Why do people hurt each other? Why do some guys have a hard time adjusting? Why? Ask why. Try Bud Dry. It's cold filtered for smooth draft taste. It's dry brewed for no aftertaste. It's the perfect refreshment for the games people play.
Two cars. One running on Phillips 66 Super Clean gasoline. One is running on, well, another brand. A lesson from Phillips 66.
The Italians lust for anything American. So in cars, Tonio Liguori prefers an American one. And of all the ways to a woman's heart, he chooses the American way. Cool, clean, Old Spice. #1 in America. #1 in the world. Only one shave cream in the world helps give a shave so close, with a scent so clean. Old Spice.
Well, a quick reminder that this Saturday night, that's the 4th of August, the Rangers play the Toronto Blue Jays, and all fans entering Arlington Stadium that night with a paid admission will receive a Texas Rangers team poster. Compliments of Performance Printing. For ticket information, call Metro 273-5100. Yeah, good night. Valuable Ranger team poster. Print number 300 on top of Nolan Ryan's picture in that team poster if he gets things finished here this evening. Jim Gantner starting things off here in the bottom of the 7th inning. It'll be Gantner, Felder, and O'Brien to face Nolan Ryan. 102 pitches, 75% strikes for Nolan. Gantner sliced fly ball to left field. Incaviglia to his left. That's out #1. And Nolan Ryan now 8 outs away from victory number 300. He has that 4-run advantage.
You could go on and on and on about the accomplishments that Nolan Ryan has made. The no-hitters, the records, the strikeouts. So many different records involved in that. But I think the one thing that impresses me most, and you talk to professional people, they'll tell you that when they look and judge a pitcher, they look at innings pitched, hits per innings pitched. And throughout Nolan's career, going into tonight's game, he has given up a little over 1,300 less hits than innings pitched. If you were to group that all together, that's just under 5.5 years of no-hitters and then giving up a hit per inning the rest of his career.
Wow. A strike to Felder. And it's 2-1. 5.5 years of not giving up a hit.
There would be a lot of people that would be happy to have, for their career, have given up a hit per inning.
Right. Sure.
But to give up just under 5.5 years of no-hitters, and then to have that for the rest of his time, that is unbelievable.
Yeah, Nolan has only allowed 4 hits here tonight in 6 1/3 innings of work. Felder twice has grounded out to second baseman Julio Franco. 3-1 now. And Felder, the number 7 hitter, trying to get aboard for Charlie O'Brien, who was the catcher in the on-deck circle, swinging that sledgehammer. 3-2. That point that Al Clark told Jim Sundberg would not change tonight may have expanded just a little tiny bit. Not much.
We've seen Al Clark this year have a pretty good outside corner for pitchers, normally a pitcher's umpire.
And Felder draws the 1-out walk. That is number 2 given up by Ryan here tonight. So Felder to first. Now Charlie O'Brien coming up. Oh, well, Charlie O'Brien comes up. We will remind you that Rangers baseball is brought to you by Phillips 66 Super Clean Premium Unleaded Gasoline. And there has been some high octane on the mound tonight for the Rangers. Charlie O'Brien 0 for 2 against the Express. Fly out to center field. He was on by an error. Breaking ball in the dirt. That bounds off Gino Petralli and all the way onto the screen. Well, Felder advances to second base. He will stop there. And the very wild pitch is rung up to Ryan.
A ball this far out in home plate in front of it, you just try to get over and slap it, keep it in front of you. Normally curveball will bounce up very high like that, and you just fight it, knock it down, try to keep it close to you, whatever.
Looked like it went off Gino's left wrist. Trying to get that glove out in there. And that's got to smart a little bit, doesn't it? Pitch inside to O'Brien. It's 2-0.
Yeah, the wrist area. Sometimes, you know, in fact, of late, you'll see some catchers using a glove that has an extended pad down on their glove side that covers their wrist area. I never really used that particular type of a glove. Usually try to catch it in the glove, but I'm
glad you said usually.
Usually.
I saw you try to catch Charlie Huff a couple of times.
Oh, that you just put your body in front of it. Let it hit in the chest. Knock it down, wait till it stops rolling, pick it up and throw it back.
He's like a human pinball machine, a couple of pitches. 2-1. The count to Charlie O'Brien. And ball 3 is up and in. So Nolan in danger of walking his second straight hitter. And action beginning now in the Ranger bullpen. So maybe Nolan having a little problems here. And Brett Arnsberg, who got the save last night, beginning to loosen once again here this evening. Ryan studying the signs from Gino Petralli. 3-1 pitch is fouled back and out of play. I'll say one thing, no one hasn't lost much velocity off that fastball.
And Bobby Valentine probably maybe having a tough decision coming up. Normally, Bobby has said it's really difficult to take out Nolan, especially because of the type of pitcher he is, usually very strong late in the game. And when you've had a bullpen that has struggled, it's difficult to take Nolan out. You want to stay with him, but the bullpen of late has been very effective. Everyone out there doing a pretty good job.
And O'Brien down on strikes as Nolan records number 7. Steve Buechele in to say something to Nolan.
O'Brien looking for something inside. Notice his weight, everything, momentum going back out. He had to reach for that ball. Was not prepared to go after a pitch on the outside corner.
So the K's are going up for the Express. And that's nothing new for Nolan. Nolan came into this contest tonight in Milwaukee third in the American League in strikeouts. He has now moved up into second place. He leapfrogged over teammate Bobby Witt. Roger Clemens leads with 150. Nolan Ryan now with 142, and Bobby Witt with 136. Billy Spires at the plate is 0 for 2, a ground ball and a fly ball. And now Gino Petrale going to have a little chat with Nolan Ryan.
Come on, Gino, you know what I want to throw here. Let's go now. I'm going to throw strikes, and I want to get him out. You know what's on the line. So just put your glove up, get back there, let's go. Well, a very nice gentleman about it.
You've gotten that down pretty well, haven't you?
That's a very good way of saying it.
First pitch to Spires, a breaking ball, 1-0.
Back's out here killing me.
Yeah, right.
Starting to hurt a little bit. Got a couple of things to go. I want to try to finish this thing off. Try to get him out as quickly as we can.
Nolan Ryan working with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th inning, leading 5-1. Mike Felder, the runner out at second base. A strike to the outside corner.
That's that big outside part of the plate I just mentioned. Normally you hit it out there. That's where Al Clark is known to give it to a pitcher.
Nolan Ryan trying to join that ultra-exclusive club of 300 game winners.
Much talk about just how difficult it is, or whether really if anybody else will win 300 ball games. Bert Blyleven as close as anyone to that mark. Next, some doubt whether he'll be able to reach it, but you look at the rising salaries and the fact that many ball players be in a pretty good position financially early in their life, maybe not having the incentive to put in the years, the time, go through the pain of it. A lot like what Nolan Ryan has had to do, especially this year and other years. I mean, to be able to be in a position to go out that many times and have the opportunity is unbelievable. The arm problems, the knee problems, the strain of going through at least 34 starts in a season, which leads to the second reason why people don't think that there'll be many more 300-game winners, is the fact that now we're in 5-man rotations.
Right. Bert Blyleven, the next closest. He's at 279 right now, and there's some doubt about Bert. You know, he's been having problems. Fire shoots one out of play. It's still 2-2.
One other.
I think we're out of a job, Jim.
That's trouble. If young Ryan there wishes to become a broadcaster, we may not be able to stop it.
He's got some good help. Bill Ziegler's going to help him. This is how you interview, son. Ryan again with a 2-2 pitch. Got him swinging. Fires down on strikes. Nolan has 8. And the play-by-play done by his son. So Nolan is through 7 innings. The Brewers strand 1 will go to the 8th. Texas 5, Milwaukee 1.
I had my purse snatched on a business trip. I was stranded. No cash, no plane ticket, no credit card, no ID. I called Citibank immediately.
I told her not to worry. With Citibank's Lost Wallet service, I could get her emergency cash, help replace her plane ticket, and get a new Citibank MasterCard to her in 24 hours.
Citibank helped me get home. And after a trip like mine, that's where I wanted to be.
Not just MasterCard, Citibank MasterCard.
Fortune magazine called it one of the best cars in the world. Road and Track said it was a remarkable engineering achievement. And Car and Driver said of the Lexus LS400, in its first time at bat in the major leagues, Lexus has slammed one out of the park. Guess where the ball landed? At Hillard Lexus Fort Worth, Sewell Lexus Dallas.
Tom Thumb has over 40 kinds of fresh seafood, like this marine decapod crustacean.
My wife will often peer into the seafood counter for hours.
Texas Rangers Baseball is being brought to you by Michelob Dry. Bold taste with no aftertaste. Mick Dry refreshes completely. By Southwestern Bell Corporation, the one to call on. And by Advil in tablets or caplets. Advil, advanced medicine for pain.
Well, we go to the 8th inning here in County Stadium in Milwaukee, along with Jim Sundberg. Steve Busby, glad you could join us. I'm delighted you could join us tonight. So watch this. History on the verge of being made. Nolan Ryan and the Rangers leading Milwaukee 5-1. Nolan trying to become the 20th pitcher in Major League history to record 300 or more career victories. In the 8th, Julio Franco to start things off against Paul Mirabella. And he takes a breaking ball for his strike one. Franco tonight 0 for 3, although he's hit the ball hard a couple of times. One note we'd like to pass along to you, some more good pitching news for the Rangers. Jose Guzman, a good outing this evening. Ball inside, it's 1-1. Guzzi working for the Oklahoma City 89ers tonight against Omaha, worked 6 innings, gave up a couple of runs on 8 hits, did not walk anyone, and struck out 6. Now, Jose Guzman, his second good outing at the AAA level, working his endurance back up.
I can imagine having Guzzi back in what has been a problem spot in the rotation, number 5 position. Have him back throwing the ball well there. Give the Rangers even more added incentive here in the last couple of months.
We told you last night about Jeff Russell's problem. He was examined today, and there is no major problem for Jeff. He was down in Port Charlotte. Tom Grieve, of course, would not show that he is a very excited man, very happy to be the Rangers general manager, but he, like everyone else, waiting for Nolan, waiting for him to get number 300. 6 outs away. 3 balls, 2 strikes now to Franco. Julio to be followed by the Ranger first baseman, Rafael Palmeiro. It's almost to the point in the game where guys go into the dugout and say, if we're going to score, let's score quick. Let's not prolong this. Let's get back out in the field and get some more outs. And Franco, not with that kind of thinking involved, but he looked at a pretty good pitch on the inside corner for strike 3 from Mirabella. Julio was not trying to get the inning over by doing that, believe me. He just got fooled. That's Mirabella's first strikeout of the night. Now Rafael Palmeiro to the plate.
Well, maybe the plate's getting a little bigger. It could be.
I'm not going to tell Al Clark that, though. Palmeiro tonight 1 out of 3 with a triple. And he shoots one to right. Felder to his right. He can't get it. It falls for a base hit. Palmeiro now 2 out of 4 on the evening. A triple and now a 1-out single. Rangers now with 8 base hits on the night.
Your attention, please. Alfonso Amaya. Please report to the Fan Assistance Center. Alfonso Amaya to the Fan Assistance Center. Thank you. Right fielder.
Well, with Palmeiro at first base, Ruben Sierra, who's 2 out of 3 with 2 runs scored, coming up. Sierra has singled and doubled, along with flying out to left field. He has had base hits, though, his last 2 appearances at the plate. Scored the Ranger first run in that 4-run 5th. A strike to the outside corner. One more note for you in case you folks wanted to come out and see Sunday's game against the Blue Jays in Arlington. That would be presumably next start for Nolan. That ball game is a sellout Sunday in Arlington. 1-1 to Ruben Sierra. Paul Mirabella on since the 6th inning when he took over for starter Chris Bosio. Bosio working the first 5 1/3 innings. He's charged with all 5 runs, 6 hits, a walk, and a strikeout.
You look at these last 5 pitchers that have won 300 games. Perry Carlton, Seaver, Necro, and Sutton. You know, what competitors that those 5 pitchers are.
O'Brien snapped through to first, and Palmeiro just back in time. Yeah, the strange thing about Don Sutton, you think about the career he had. He only had 1 year in which he won 20 ball games and still was able to win 324 in his great career.
He's so consistent, just going out there, putting in the starts.
Mirabella back to the plate. Changeup. Sierra out in front. 2-2.
The pitchers will tell you, and you can probably verify this, is that one of the areas that pitchers probably have as much pride in as anything is the fact of going out there and putting in 250 innings a year. What that does for a manager and for a pitching staff, taking pressure off of the bullpen. And Charlie Huff always talking about, but that's one of the things that he brings to the Texas Rangers, is his ability to go out there and put in consistent innings quite often.
Yeah, that's one thing that I've really noticed changing in the last 5, 6, 7 years is you don't have the guys anymore on every ball club that you can say they're going to give us 250 innings a year. The good ball clubs do. Pitch outside, that fills the count now to Sierra. So we'll see what Palmeiro does at first base with 1 out. See if Bobby Valentine turns him loose. Hitting behind Ruben Sierra in the Ranger order, Harold Baines.
I don't know if I'd send him. Of course, you get a lead. You may go ahead and do that because of the lead.
Palmeiro's going. A pitch shot up the middle. That's a base hit. Rafael not stopping at second. He's going for third, and Yount will throw the ball back into the middle of the diamond. Well, Sierra now 3 out of 4 on the night, and the Rangers have runners at the corners for Harold Baines with just 1 out.
18 forms to the Fan Assistance Center. Thank you. Designated hitter, Harold Baines.
Nolan Ryan, although he would like to get back out to work the 8th inning quickly, hey, you guys want to score some more runs, go ahead and take your time. I'll sit here and wait. Talk to Tom House. Maybe we'll set up a dinner for y'all or whatever. Figure out something to do while you guys can go ahead and score runs for me. That's fine.
He looked nervous, didn't he?
Yeah, very, very tense. Very uptight. Probably the most relaxed person in the ballpark right now is Nolan Ryan. Baines up the middle. Could be 2. Spires will do it himself at second and on to Molitor. So Harold Baines grounds into a 6-3 double play. The Rangers are gone in the 8th. No runs. On 2 hits, they leave 1. They've left 3 in the ball game. After 7.5, 5-1 Texas. And Rangers baseball is brought to you by Phillips 66, makers of Super Clean unleaded gasoline.
Nothing beats it.
Nothing beats it.
The one and only.
Nothing beats it.
The clean, the crisp, the cold. The king of beers.
Nothing beats the bud. Nothing beats the king of beers. Nothing beats the Budweiser. Nothing beats the Bud.
Today's Phillips 66 convenience store update. The self-serve soft drinks come in 3 sizes, and right now they're all 59 cents. Take the big one. Later.
See, you're enjoying the game. Kicking back, got a snack. Hey, life is good. Who knows, maybe later you hop in the car, go for a little spin. If you do me a favor, buckle up. It takes 2 seconds. Later.
Please don't leave.
Final boarding call for flight 178.
Seattle just left. There's another flight at 4.
3 hours?
Now what do? Gordon, I better call him. I'm going to do some revisions here. I've got a couple of hours. And if I could just hook up my computer to a phone line.
When you're on the road, nobody has more ways to help you than AT&T.
Time for one more call home.
AT&T, how can we help you?
Well, folks, we go to the bottom of the 8th inning in County Stadium. Nolan Ryan back to the mound in a sellout crowd of 51,533. Listing a few of the living legends, Hall of Fame credentials. Folks up here from Waco. And there is Ruth Ryan. This is Nolan Ryan. She, understandably, doesn't look like she's having a very good time right now. Not many smiles breaking out yet, but believe me, when the last out is recorded here tonight and Nolan walks off the field with number 300 under his belt, she will be the second happiest person in the ballpark. And that man will be the first. What a night for Nolan. 8 strikeouts, just 2 walks, only 4 base hits.
He's telling himself right there, throw strikes. Let's go.
Yeah, he has delivered 121 pitches. Here comes number 122, and it's a ball to Paul Molitor. We owe you a station break. We will do it right after this next pitch to Molitor, who is 1 out of 3 on tonight's ball game. 5 seconds right here for station identification on the Texas Ranger Baseball Network.
You're watching Texas Rangers baseball on KTVT Channel 11, Fort Worth, Dallas.
1-1 pitch. Molitor fouls it back and out of play, and even that fastball almost sneaking its way by Paul Molitor. Molitor twice has gone down swinging at that Ryan fastball here this evening.
Nolan really has stayed away from throwing Molitor too many breaking pitches. You mentioned the 2 strikeouts on fastballs. He may mix it up this time.
Just missing with that curveball. Evens the count now at 2-2. Ryan okays the sign. And the pitch to Molitor. Hit in the air to left field. Incaviglia started back now. Has to come on. He won't get there. It's a base hit. The ball hit off the end of the bat by Paul Molitor, and Incaviglia's first step was back. And that was all that it took for the base hit to fall in front of Pete Incaviglia.
The toughest ball for an outfielder to read is when you see that hitter take that big swing, and all of a sudden the ball hit off the end of the bat. Incaviglia having trouble reading that, and you'll see that happen a lot in that particular case.
Yeah, Inky's not alone in having that happen to him.
No, sure is not.
A leadoff single by Molitor. That's the 5th base hit of the night for the Brewers. Now Robin Yount looks at strike 1. And I don't think Nolan is going to put himself in a position of getting close to walking anybody. It's, here's my good stuff, guys. You're going to have to hit it to beat me. Yount couldn't catch up with it. 0-2.
Some pretty good fastball hitters coming up. If Nolan has in mind to just try to get the fastball going and established, he may have trouble getting through this particular inning. Robin Yount up now. Molitor on first. Good fastball hitter along with Yount. Sheffield up next. And then the very good hitter Dave Parker behind that.
A smash to left field, down the line, hooking, foul. Yount got an inside breaking ball and turned on it. Pulled it about 8 or 9 feet foul down that left field line. Nolan kind of let that hang inside, and we talked last night, Jim, about Yount being a good low ball hitter, especially on the inner part of the plate.
We got a couple guys here in the top of the Brewer lineup with Molitor, Yount that are outstanding hitters that have good coverage on the plate, able to hit both the fastball and off-speed pitch.
Still 0-2 to Robin Yount, who is currently hitting at .349. His triple drove in the lone Brewer run to this point. Curveball just missed. It's 1-2.
Where was that, he said.
Ronnie Valentine asking the same question. Wow. That might have been such a good curveball it fooled Al Clark. That does happen from time to time.
Well, you think as an umpire, it's got to be tough to cover a fastball and a curve.
Could be too. Franco boots the ball. Everybody's safe. Julio Franco charging that ground ball off the bat of Robin Yount. Appeared to have 2, but couldn't come up with it.
Robin Yount, a good down and in, up and away fastball hitter. Doesn't really hit the ball too well, and Julio really concerned about trying to get to second base. At least stay out at second, possibly then turn to first for a double play. But looked up too quick.
Bobby Valentine to the mound, and Julio Franco more disappointed than anybody right now. Just couldn't come up with that ground ball. And the question Bobby Valentine asked Nolan Ryan when he went to the mound, are you okay? And Nolan's response, I'm all right.
I think this is the time of the game where everybody gets a little anxious. They realize what's, on the line. You start making a little bit some mistakes, and right here a ball hit up the middle, and Julio really just looked up too quick.
Well, if he comes up with it cleanly, it's an easy double play. That's as simply as I can put it. So 2 aboard, nobody out. The error charge to Franco, and Gary Sheffield, who is 0 for 3, takes strike 1. Nolan Ryan very easily could have 2 outs. Ball misjudged off the bat of Paul Molitor by Pete Incaviglia. That would have been a tough play anyway, but could have been the first out. Could have had the double play, but instead it's 2 on and nobody out. Sheffield pops it up. Infield fly rule is in effect. Jeff Houston gets credit for the out. 1 retired.
A characteristic of the Brewers ball club over the years, the fact that they've always been able to come back behind and score runs late in the game. We mentioned that Tiger Stadium for the Rangers has been a difficult place late in the ball game. Milwaukee County Stadium has also been that other place, but this team this year, the Brewers, have not been able to come back and win a game when they've been trailing in the 9th inning. They have not shown that particular style of game.
So 1 gone now. Molitor still at second. Yount at first. Dave Parker, who is 1 out of 3 at the plate. Dangerous left-handed hitter facing Ryan. Fouled out of play. So Parker, all 4 times now tonight, has gone up there first ball swinging.
Just a real pleasure to watch the fact of the adjustments he has made over the years as his bat speed begins to slow up a little bit, and really still at this age pretty good bat speed. But he'll look for a fastball. He'll start to swing early in order to try to get out in front of it. He'll anticipate pitches being in certain locations. Very productive hitter that comes up with key hits, and a very big part of this Brewers ball club.
Nice stop on that last pitch by Gino Petralli. Nolan Ryan watching the ground ball up the middle that Julio Franco couldn't come up with. And for Nolan Ryan to show that much emotion on the mound, you know that this ball game means an awful lot to him. Franco again has to go off his glove into right field. Molitor around third. He will score. On to third goes Robin Yount. It's a 5-2 ball game. Julio Franco with his 2nd error of the inning.
You just won't see that happen very much. Julio has been outstanding at second base. A ball hit pretty good by Parker. Looking fastball inside, and got it. Hit the ball hard on the ground. And Julio, again, having problems getting the ball into the glove. You see right there at the end, it took a little funny hop and bounced up. Probably hit a little bit of a cleat mark or something that allowed the ball to come up that quick.
The runners at the corners now. Still just 1 out. And as a result of all the problems this half inning, the tying run coming to the plate in the person of Greg Vaughn. Ball 1 from Ryan. Vaughn tonight has struck out twice and grounded out.
Vaughn with pretty good power numbers, although he's only got 10 home runs on the year. For his at-bats, 250 at-bats, you look that out over the course of the season, you end up within the 20 range. So he has got the ability to hit a ball out of the ballpark. Good fastball hitter, middle in.
That was middle in, way in, 2-0. So 2 errors in the inning, 1 base hit. A run across for Milwaukee. It's a 3-run Ranger lead. Robin Yount reached by 1 error on Julio Franco. The other error allowed Dave Parker to reach. 2-1. Nolan regrouping a bit. Okay's the sign, and he goes back to work. Pops him up. Steve Buechele on the foul line now, just in foul territory, puts it away for out number 2. So Vaughn pops out, and now Jim Gantner coming up. Nolan Ryan with a visit from Gino Petralli. This, as much as anything, I think, to set the pitching pattern they want to use against Jim Gantner. Pretty good left-handed hitter. He is 1 out of 2 tonight. A walk, a base hit, and a fly ball. And once again, with the 2 errors in the inning and the base hit, Gantner represents the tie-in run in this ball game. Bottom of the 8th inning, 2 outs and 2 on. Like Nolan might be pushing himself a little extra right now. Gantner, a .234 hitter on the year. He has driven in 11, no home runs, and a pitch high and away. It's 2-0.
They're really starting to push it here. You can see the look on his face, getting a little tired. Of course, the couple of errors this inning doesn't help. You know you want to try to complete the game, and you've got only so many pitches left in you.
Right down the middle. 2 balls and a strike. Nolan Ryan being watched very closely by Bobby Valentine, who may have the most difficult decision of his managerial career. A pitch away. In the dirt, it's 3-1. Nolan Ryan, who won his first ball game of his career back on April the 14th, 1968. Here, 22 and a half years later, looking for 300. Out of play down the left field line. It's a full count. So now with 2 outs, Dave Parker, the runner at first, will be off with the next pitch. There's the Cobra at first. He will be off and running, and Robin Yount, the runner at third, will stay put. Second base unoccupied. Jim Gantner at the plate. Nolan Ryan pawing at the dirt in the landing area on the mound.
We're running at bat right here. 2 of the biggest competitors in baseball.
There goes Parker. Payoff pitch. Ground ball. Base hit left field. Yount scores. Parker stops at second. It's a 5-3 ball game. George W. Bush hoping, like all of us are, that Nolan Ryan can get his 300th victory. The question is, will he complete it? And the answer has been given. Bobby Valentine out of the Ranger dugout, and that will do it for Nolan Ryan tonight. Gino Petralli is frustrated. Nolan Ryan knows that he is gone. This is the second trip of the inning by Valentine, and a standing ovation for Nolan Ryan. 51,533 people in County Stadium, Milwaukee, on their feet, applauding the greatest strikeout pitcher, no-hit pitcher to ever put on a Major League Baseball uniform. So now it will be up to the Ranger bullpen to get Nolan Ryan his 300th victory. Brad Arnsberg coming on And while Nolan waits for him, Bobby Valentine said, okay, Nolan, you've done your best. You went 7 2/3, and with a little defensive help, you'd be on the bench waiting to go out for the ninth. Nolan Ryan. Congratulations all around. We'll take a short timeout on the Ranger Baseball Network.
If you have a kid who's out of control, remember, you're not. Call Willowbrook Hospital at Metro 214-299-HELP.
I make my living getting one of these from here to there as fast as possible. And the fact is, nobody does it faster. Until the sharp faxes from Bismarck. These babies get your messages from here to just about anywhere at the speed of light. Now that's fast, and with Bismarck's everyday savings of up to 40 to 60%, that's a bargain. Don't settle for a reasonable facsimile. Bismarck gives you the best for less.
Devil's Bowl Speedway and Sport City Toyota present the 1990 Race of Champions, Thunder in Dallas, Saturday, August 4th. See your favorite NASCAR stars in late model competition.
I'm Harry Gant. Join me along with 5 other Winston Cup drivers Saturday, August the 4th at the Devil's Bowl in Dallas, Texas for the Race of Champions. Come early for the autograph session.
Autograph session begins at 6, races at 8:30. For tickets, call 222-2421. Thunder in Dallas, August 4th at Devil's Bowl Speedway. Don't miss it.
The Men's Warehouse has been successful while other chains have not because of 2 reasons. Value in our product and quality professional service from you people here in the room. That's it.
Hunter, weeknights at 7 on the Super One.
The line on Nolan Ryan. 1 earned run, none of the runs in this inning can be earned. Brad Arnsberg now inherits the responsibility of trying to lock up Nolan's 300th victory, a 5-3 ball game. And Brad Arnsberg, who got the save last night, is second of the year, facing Mike Felder. 2 runners aboard and 2 outs. 1-0 pitch. Fly ball, shallow right field. Ruben Sierra, plenty of time to camp under it, and the inning is over. The Brewers come up with a couple of runs on 2 hits. There were 2 errors. They strand 2, none of the runs earned. And so we'll go to the 9th inning. The score 5-3 Rangers.
With a bigger box than Ford Ranger, a Chevy S10 Maxi Cab can easily carry an entire room full of stuff and still have enough truck left over to give you a comfortable family room with 4 chairs. Nobody's winning like today's Chevy truck. With its bigger available V6, this Chevy S10 can tow a heavier load than Ford Ranger. With its bigger box, this S10 can carry a bigger load, while this Chevy S10 comes with a very small feature. That's also big with a lot of people.
Now, for all you rookies out there, the great Nolan Ryan will demonstrate his pitching technique.
The Bic Metal Shaver, because I want to look as good off the mound as on. Before the game, it's Bic Metal. After the game, it's Bic Metal. The Bic Metal Shaver, because even good old boys want to look good. It's the choice of this right-hander, the Bic Metal Shaver. It makes me look good every time out. There's that one.
The Fort Worth Star-Telegram presents great sports headlines with Don Meredith.
September 26, 1981, that day Nolan Ryan became a living legend. It was a classic one-on-one confrontation. On the mound, fireballing Nolan Ryan. At the plate, Dusty Baker, a dangerous hitter. Immortality wrote on each pitch, and suddenly it was over. Ryan had become the first pitcher in baseball history to throw 5 no-hitters.
Read another great sports headline in tomorrow's Fort Worth Star-Telegram. To subscribe, dial deliver.
Back at County Stadium in Milwaukee, Rangers coming up in the top of the 9th inning. Brewers with a couple of runs in the 8th, 2 unearned runs, as a matter of fact, have cut the Ranger lead to just 2. In the ninth inning here, Pete Incaviglia, Gino Petralli, and Steve Buechele are the scheduled hitters against Paul Mirabella. Nolan Ryan, 7 2/3 innings of work, 1 earned run, 3 altogether, 6 hits, 2 walks, and 8 strikeouts. What an effort by the Express. But now it's out of his hands. He can just sit and watch and hope. Bobby Valentine might have been the toughest managerial decision that he has ever had to make. And Nolan's able to smile at him about it. Incaviglia, drive down the left field line and deep into the corner. Goodbye. Nolan and Bobby say thank you very much, Inky, for number 17. A line shot out of here about 330 feet. That takes it back to a 3-run Ranger lead. It's 6-3 Texas. So Incaviglia with a 2-for-3 night and a couple of RBIs. It's his 17th home run. He now has 60 runs driven in on the year. Petralli takes an inside fastball. Gino on the night, 0 for 2. He's hit 3 fly balls, one of them accounting for an RBI, a sacrifice fly by Petralli in the 5th inning. So Pete Incaviglia, a lot to smile about on that Ranger bench now. Big slow bender from Mirabella. And it's 1-1. Incaviglia got that first pitch fastball, and he was sitting on it. A low line drive that just cleared the railing. Probably knocked that young man's breath out. Taking a while to get revived out there. 2-1. Inky, of course, in his first spring training with the Rangers, you remember, hit a line drive through an outfield wall in the old park in Pompano Beach. He almost hit one through the chest of a spectator in left field. Mirabella back to Petralli with a 2-1 pitch. Another breaking ball to the outside corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Charlie O'Brien with the signs, and Mirabella with another curveball. It's now a full count to Gino. Petralli trying to get aboard. The next hitter, Ranger third baseman Steve Buechele. Now the payoff pitch to Petralli. Another curveball, and Gino draws a walk. That's the first walk given up by Mirabella. Petralli to first, and now Steve Buechele. Todd Trebelhorn out to the mound now. And we're going to have a pitching change. So with Buechele coming up, we will have the change made. The right-hander, Mark Knudsen, coming in from the bullpen. That is the story. The Rangers by 3 with a runner on and nobody out in the top of the 9th inning. We'll be back in just a minute.
Accidents will happen. And when they do, it's nice to know there's a State Farm agent standing by, ready to help you get the one thing you're most interested in. Fast, fair claim service. Because they realize there's really only one good thing about an accident, and that's being able to forget about it.
In the Metroplex or wherever you move, a neighborly State Farm agent is eager to be of service. Check the yellow pages for an agent near you.
Why should you listen to the all-new Star 105? Watch very closely. You like that song? How about this one? And this one? Well, that's the all-new Star 105.
The all-new Star 105. Other stations play a lot of content. We're here for the music.
Give us a try. The all-new Star 105. Remember, 105.
You know, folks are always asking us how we make the best barbecue they've ever tasted. Well, I'm going to tell you. Time. We slow smoke our beef 18 hours a day with real hickory to get that down-home Texas flavor. Our ribs and chicken, they're hand-rubbed and gently smoked throughout the day for that sweet taste. So you see, our secret is simple. We're stubborn about quality and work overtime to be sure you'll find the best Texas barbecue.
At Coulter's Barbecue. Well, in this ninth inning tonight, Pete Incaviglia led things off with his 17th home run of the year. That got the Rangers back on top by 3 runs over the Brewers. And for Incaviglia's leadoff home run, Budweiser will donate $100 to Bacchus, a student initiative. They work to prevent alcohol abuse. Budweiser and Bacchus, another example of how people working together can take alcohol abuse head on and make a difference. Nolan Ryan thanking Pete Incaviglia to his right, getting one of the runs back that the Rangers gave up in the 8th inning. A 6-3 Ranger lead. Right-hander Mark Knudsen on now with Gino Petralli at first base. Nobody out to face Steve Buechele. His second appearance of the year as a reliever. And Buechele, the bunt down the third base line. It's a good one. O'Brien has no play, and safe with a base hit is Steve Buechele. Into second goes Gino Petralli. All right, Buechele catching everybody back on their heels for the Brewers. Dropped a perfect bunt down the line. Charlie O'Brien had to go about 25 feet down the line to field it. Sheffield was nowhere to be seen. O'Brien very wisely sticking it in his back pocket. Well, Buechele now 2 out of 4 on the night after that bunt base hit. With runners at first and second, Gary Pettis at the plate, and you would have to think the sacrifice in order once again. Gary Pettis 0 for 3 tonight. Lined out and twice flied out. Turns around to bat once again from the left side. Infield drawn in at the corners. Sheffield and Molitor. And a step or so from the cut of the grass at third and first. Pettis is going to bunt, takes downstairs. The throw down to second. They almost get Petralli. Gino trying to get a good lead and jump from second. And Charlie O'Brien almost caught his counterpart being a little overly aggressive. The pitch was a ball, and O'Brien snapping that throw down there. Woo. Gino going to the outfield side of the bag, and that's the only way he was able to elude the tag by Billy Spires. Again, the bunt. This one a good one down the third base line. Knudsen fields. Off-balance throw, and Gantner can't come up with it. Everybody's safe. So after the Rangers gave up 2 unearned runs to the Brewers in the 8th inning, Milwaukee beginning to return the favor. Not fielding a bunt base hit by Buechele, and now a sacrifice and a throwing error allow Pettis to reach and load the bases. Knudsen's throw in the dirt. Gantner covering first. Cannot come up with it. Knudsen threw a pretty good sinker over there at shorthop Gantner. And the bases full of Rangers, still nobody out. Now O'Brien out to talk to Knudsen. We're going to have a pinch hitter, Tom Trebelhorn. Checking the cards, Bobby Valentine has gone to his bench, and Jack Doherty has come out as a pinch hitter. So Jeff Houston retiring on the evening, 1 out of 4. A big 2-out, 2-run triple in the 5th inning. Tom Trebelhorn going to the mound, and he is going to make another move to the bullpen. So with the bases full of Rangers, still nobody out in the 9th inning. Texas on top by 3. We'll again take a timeout on the Ranger Baseball Network.
Here's your chance during our summer sellout at Willis to get a new Cal-A for only $86.80. And finance it with absolutely no money down for $198 a month. Isuzu pickup trucks $56.80. No down payment, $128 a month. Or add air conditioning, AM, FM stereo, rear step bumper, and drive yours away for $68.80. Or conversions with custom wheels, custom paint, total ground effects, $78.80. Right now it was where we're open till midnight each night.
Some say pride is sinful, but these feelings are too big to hide. I can't help it, I just can't be humble when I'm serving country pride. They say everyone's a spring chicken like me. Not a day past its prime, oh my. It's hard to be humble when you're serving country pride.
Hey, Eskimo pie now comes in sugar-free. Yeah, I'm already getting mail about it. Yes, sir. The sugar-free tastes as good as regular Eskimo pie. Absolutely. Rich, creamy, you'll love it. Trust me. But the correct temperature to serve Eskimo pie? Well, most people just serve it right out of the freezer. Me, I serve it at room temperature.
Now try new sugar-free Eskimo pie crispy bars and sandwiches made with NutraSweet.
That's Tom Trebelhorn to the bullpen once again, and former Ranger Tony Fossis, the left-hander, on the mound. Ruth Ryan waiting not quite as anxiously now as before. Rangers have gotten a run back. They have the bases loaded, nobody out, so Mrs. Ryan feeling a little more comfortable that the Rangers may add some insurance and maybe get her husband win number 300 a little more easily. The numbers on Tony Fossis this year. For Fossis, this is his 30th appearance. So he is on in the worst possible situation a reliever can come into. Bases loaded, nobody out, and the top of the order coming up. And Bobby Valentine, by going to his bench, bringing up Jack Doherty, a switch hitter. Didn't give Tom Trebelhorn much to work with, although Doherty better average-wise as a left-handed hitter. He's hitting just .242 from the right side, so Trebelhorn going with the percentages, bringing in the left-hander to make Doherty hit from the right side. Jack Doherty hitting at .308 overall with a couple of home runs and 25 driven in. Brewer infield all the way in at the edge of the grass, and the first pitch is ball one from Tony Fossis. Doherty batting for Jeff Houston. Numbers on Jack Doherty, and Jack has a pinch hitter this year, 5 out of 28 with 4 RBIs. And he can't get much farther in than the Brewer defense is right there. Smashed by Sheffield, a base hit. Petrale scores, and everybody else moves up 90 feet. It's a 7-3 Ranger lead as Doherty comes through with a pinch hit RBI single. He's at first, Pettis to second, and Buechele to third. Jack Doherty off the Ranger bench. Tom Trebelhorn. And boy, after we climb right back in the ball game, one error and a misplay or two, and we're back down by 4. Now Julio Franco 0 for 4. A drive deep left field. Going back is Vaughn. Away back. Goodbye. Grand slam. Julio Franco, who had a couple of errors in the 8th inning, comes right back in the 9th and hits a grand slam to put the Rangers on top by 8. Oh, my heavens. We talk about making up for some bad leather with some great wood. Julio just did it. Rafael Palmeiro to the plate, and he takes ball one. Doherty, Pettis, and Buechele scoring in front of Julio Franco. It's an 11-3 Ranger lead, and everybody on that Ranger bench has to feel very relieved. A strike, it's 2-1. Fastball, first pitch from Fossas. See you later. Inner part of the plate, thigh high. That's 4 runs. You think Julio might be a little relieved? Commits 2 errors that brought the ball game close in the 8th inning. Palmeiro down on strikes for out number 1. Julio probably felt like if he hadn't done something spectacular, he might never have been able to talk to Nolan Ryan again. I don't think that problem exists now.
Right fielder, Ruben Sierra.
A 1 gone, Ruben Sierra up there. Sierra 3 out of 4 tonight, and he shoots 1 foul to right field. Ruben trying to hit 1 out too. He said, wait a minute. Julio can do it. Why can't I? I'll try it. Outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. So the Rangers using the big inning tonight. 4 runs in the 5th. 6 runs in the 9th. Towering pop-up. Behind second base, Gantner inspires. It'll be Billy Spires to make the catch, and there are 2 outs.
Designated hitter, Harold Baines.
Now, Harold Baines becomes the 9th Ranger to come to the plate here in the 9th inning. The anticipation now growing, but calmed a bit, I guess. Ruth Ryan has taken her glasses off, so I think she feels things are pretty safe. Fly ball to left field from Harold Baines. Greg Vaughn puts it away. The side retire, but the Rangers score 6 times in the 9th inning. We will go to the bottom of the 9th. Ruth Ryan will watch the Rangers try and lock up her husband's 300th victory here tonight. 11-3 Rangers.
Left.
Kane.
Pitcher Maroon is due up.
Kane.
So Burns is going to have to go to his bench. The only choice is John Kane.
Okay, kid. Get me the doc.
Burns has been reluctant to use Kane, preferring to go with the younger players, but you don't have a choice here tonight.
Now batting for Maroon, Kane.
What got into him?
Here comes the half inning, folks, we've been looking for all night long, and Nolan Ryan has been looking for since April of 1968. The Rangers lead by 8. Brad Arnsberg on the mound. He's still in a save situation, and Nolan Ryan realizes that the 6 runs the Rangers put on the board might have taken a little of the drama out of this ball game, but it certainly has to make him feel a whole lot better about things. George W. Bush, just slightly interested. He has to feel a whole lot of relief, too. He was very excited before the ball game. Jack Doherty mugging for a shot next to Nolan. Nolan a lot more relaxed now after a 6-run Ranger 9th inning. 11-3, and Julio Franco. Atonement is not the proper word. Julio, a couple of errors in the 2-run 8th inning for Milwaukee. A grand slam in the 9th inning. So here we go, bottom of the 9th, and for Milwaukee. Errol Hamilton comes off the bench to pinch hit for Charlie O'Brien. First ball swinging just foul outside the bag at first. Hamilton pinch hitting for Charlie O'Brien. So O'Brien 0 for 3 on the night, and Hamilton up there, a .279 hitter. A home run and 13 RBIs, and he has one less bat now than he did before he started. Got sawed off pretty well. Little pine tar on there. Tell Darrell that stripe around the bat above your hands is not where you're supposed to hit it. That's not the target. 0-1 the count. Brad Arnsberg trying for his second straight save. And he fists Hamilton again. Little roller. Palmeiro will do it himself. That is out number 1. Nolan just 2 outs away now from number 300. The last man to win 300, Don Sutton, against the Texas Rangers. He accomplished that feat back in June of 1986. Nolan Ryan on the verge of winning 300 here against the Milwaukee Brewers in 1990. Billy Spires up there. He is 0 for 3. And ball 1 from Brad Arnsberg. Spires has grounded out, flied out, and struck out here this evening. Ball 2. Brad Arnsberg, he got the save last night for Bobby Witt. He would love to put number 3 in the save category in the books tonight for Nolan Ryan. Nolan flanked by his 2 boys, Reed and Reese. Very much like some of the shots we had in Oakland during the no-hitter. Tapper down the first baseline. Arnsberg fields the ball and makes the tag. A great play by Arnie. He was run over by Billy Spires, who tried to jump over him. Spires down on the ground, and he took a real bad tumble. Arnsberg fielding the ball right in the baseline. Wow. It'll be a 3rd and 8 play when we come back. Nolan Ryan say, whoa, that's pretty good. Better than roping cattle. Why don't you know, he has to be sitting there feeling, what could you say, a grand slam in the 9th inning, a 6-run 9th after the game got close, and a play like that, it doesn't get any better. Spires pretty well shaken up. Arnsberg, a great job just to get the ball and be able to hang on to it. There was the tag, as you noticed. Arnsberg showing first base umpire John Hirschbeck the ball, and Spires really shaken up. Being helped off by the Brewer trainer. And now the crowd behind home plate and toward the Ranger dugout beginning to stand. Nolan Ryan, king of many categories in pitching, strikeouts foremost among them. No hitters, but he's now about to join an elite group of 19 other men who have won 300 or more games in their careers. One more out to go. Paul Molitor at the plate, who is 2 out of 4 with 2 runs scored, and Arnsberg gets strike 1. Arnsberg with the 0-1 pitch. Line drive, right field. Sierra coming on. It's a base hit. Molitor has 3 hits on the night, and he keeps the Brewer hopes alive with a 2-out single. And that will bring Robin Yount to the plate. George W. Bush right there alongside the Ranger dugout. He and his wife and the contingent of Secret Service men that are assigned to him, waiting anxiously to add his congratulations to Nolan Ryan, but the Rangers need one more out. And Yount takes ball one. Anticipation on the Ranger bench? No. Guys look like they're sitting on a very hot seat down there. A ball and a strike to Yount. Yount 1 out of 4 tonight with an RBI triple. He's also scored a run. Jack Doherty had a big base hit coming off the bench in the Ranger ninth as a pinch hitter. And the Brewers down to their last strike as Yount fouls the pitch away. Now the crowd beginning to clap with anticipation and beginning to stand all around. Almost all of the 51,533 still here, some waving the Lone Star State flag. Arnsberg's pitch, fly ball, center field. This should do it. Pettis makes the catch, and Nolan Ryan, and the Rangers are victorious. Nolan Ryan, his 300th career victory, and you can charge up the bus for Cooperstown. Nolan Ryan officially has had his ticket validated. A very gracious gesture by the folks here with the Milwaukee Brewers. On the scoreboard, congratulations, Nolan Ryan, on your 300th career win. We have had the privilege of watching this living, working legend for the last year and a half, and folks, it just goes beyond words how lucky we are to be able to see this man reach some milestones, that a couple of which will be unreachable for decades, maybe centuries to come in baseball. No one has been more dominant than the right-hander Nolan Ryan in his career, and he reaches the 300-win plateau tonight. The Rangers defeat the Milwaukee Brewers 11-3 as Nolan Ryan goes 7 2/3 strong inning and strikes out 8. Brad Arnsberg gets the save. And Nolan Ryan watching the final out with his two sons, saying, all right, we have done it. A great man, a great game, and a great win. We'll take a break now on the Ranger Baseball Network and be right back with you.
Some people think he's a Superman, but when a 43-year-old has to throw 75 fastballs, even Nolan Ryan's muscles can ache. So after the game, it's the medicine doctors recommend most for sprains and strains, Advil.
For me, it's a couple of Advil, and those muscle aches are long gone. And Advil's gentler on my stomach than aspirin.
Today, it isn't aspirin or Tylenol. It's Advil.
I feel ready to go another 9 innings.
Advil, tablets and caplets, advanced medicine for pain.
Texas Rangers Baseball, brought to you by Busch Beer, a beer with a taste as smooth as its name. By Southwest Airlines, fly Southwest Airlines. It's like having your own company plane. By Phillips 66 Super Clean Premium Unleaded Gasoline. And by Chevrolet and your North Texas Chevrolet dealers, home of the #1 selling trucks in Texas.
Back at County Stadium, very elated Ruth Ryan receiving congratulations from all the folks sitting around her, and she watched her husband win his 300th career victory tonight as the Texas Rangers defeated the Milwaukee Brewers by a score of 11-3. Rangers used that big inning, 4 runs in the 5th and 6 runs in the 9th inning. 13 hits for the Rangers. 3 errors, a couple in the 8th, allowed 200 runs to score. The winning pitcher, Nolan Ryan, 11-4, his 300th career win. Brad Arnsberg, his 3rd save. Chris Bosio took the loss. Beat Incaviglia. Of course, got that big home run, his 17th of the year. Now standing by, down on the field, my partner, Jim Sundberg. Take it away, Jim.
Thanks, Buzz. I got the 20th 300-game winner in the Major League history, Nolan Ryan, with me. And Nolan, you've mentioned from time to time that goals are not really a big deal to you, but yet a couple of big milestones the last 2 years, 3,000 strikeouts, and now tonight the 300th win.
Well, tonight I think probably the things that's happened to me in the last couple of years emotionally and was the toughest. The last 10 days or 15 days have been tough, and the disappointment in Arlington and was probably as tough of losses as far as not getting the job done as I've had in a long time that I can recall. And tonight it was a tough game. They battled in the 8th inning. You know, it was a tough inning, and so until the top of the 9th when we blew it open, did I feel like that we had this thing.
You know, your back has given you really a lot of problems. It's been a tough battle to complete ball games. It looked like you went out in the 8th inning. You said to yourself, I got to throw strikes. I want to get ahead, try to get through this game.
Well, with that lead, that was my goal, was to throw strikes, not get myself in trouble by getting behind the count or walking people. And it was just a tough inning, and I didn't have the stuff in the 8th that I had the first 7 innings. And I think it was obvious that if I did get through the 8th, I wasn't going to pitch tonight.
Well, the 300 win now. What's next?
Oh, I don't know. You know, I'm just going to try to pitch every 5th day and help this ball club win as many ball games as we can.
Your conditioning program over the last couple of years has been phenomenal, and you have been known for just a tremendous work that you have done. That really has had to really pay off this year.
Well, I think the older you get, the more important that is, and I think that without it, I wouldn't be here today.
Well, Don, I want to thank you and just appreciate the effort, the job that you had tonight. Everybody enjoyed it. We just want to thank you for KTVT being a part of this evening. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. It was a team effort, and I really appreciate my teammates, the support they gave me tonight.
Thank you. Buzz, back up to you.
All right, Jimmy, thank you. Good interview, and congratulations to Nolan from all of us. Not only here on the Ranger Baseball Network, but all Ranger fans and all baseball fans in the world of baseball. They watched the gem tonight. Nolan Ryan getting victory number 300. We'll take another timeout on the Ranger Baseball Network. Be right back with you. Again, the final score, 11-3, Rangers win it.
They say you don't really know a man till you walk in his shoes. But I kind of like boots. You know, some things just keep getting better with age.
Where are you during the evening news?
Tell you where I'd like to be. I'd like to be at home watching TV. But this work here, it don't stop at 5 or 6. Maybe somebody should tell them TV folks that this is Texas.
Coming soon. News Watch 11 at 7.
I bet I could watch the news at 7. Shoot, I might even get to like it.
News Watch 11 at 7. Our news fits your schedule.
Got the summertime blues?
Toyota's got the cure for the summertime blues.
Toyota's summer sales event has the summer's biggest savings, even on Toyota's hot new Celica, where power, technology, and European styling meet at a surprisingly low price. Hurry in for money-saving summer deals and special dealer discounts. Your Toyota dealer has the cure for the summertime blues.
Toyota's got the cure for the summertime blues.
Toyota's summer sales event. Don't miss it.
You know what really burns me up? My feet.
Athlete's foot kept flaring up. I get rid of it for a while, but it just flare up again. Finally went to the doctor. He told me to get Tenactin. It's what doctors and pharmacists recommend most. Tenactin even cures recurring athlete's foot. Use it regularly like they tell you. It'll keep the fly from coming back.
Fast-acting Tenactin puts athlete's foot out for good.
Now back at County Stadium in Milwaukee once again, where the Texas Rangers have defeated the Milwaukee Brewers 11-3, and that Lone Star flag flying high for the Rangers and for Nolan Ryan, who picked up his 300th win. And one of the great things about baseball, it is a family sport. You know, the American pastime, everybody coming out to watch it as a family. And Nolan Ryan, fortunate to have two of his sons along with him tonight, along with his wife, Ruth. Reed and Reese down in the dugout with him. And right now, Jim Sundberg has Reed Ryan to talk to, and Reed's been having interviews tonight by the handful. He was interviewed more before the ball game, Jimmy, than anybody else.
I'll tell you what, I have the oldest son of Nolan Ryan, Reed, as you mentioned, and a little bit earlier, it looked like a little rodeo move that Brad Arnsberg put on Billy Spires down the first base line. Something you've seen before?
No, not something I'd seen before, but nothing, you know, that I could not expect out of a ninja warrior such as Brad Arnsberg himself. Everybody on the bench was going, ninja, ninja.
Pretty exciting around the Ryan family the last couple of, I guess you'd say the last week, the last two starts.
Yeah, I think the last two starts have been big. Everybody's been, you know, real uptight and everything, and at home it was kind of getting a little, I don't know, tense, you know, people griping at each other and stuff like that, just because of the nervousness of the game.
Were there a lot of people that came up from Texas for tonight's ball game?
Yeah, I think there was probably 25 or 30 people that came up, you know, friends of ours and such to watch the game, so I was glad that they got to see it.
You've had a pretty good career going on yourself. That came off of a nice summer. You're headed off the University of Texas on a baseball scholarship. Your feelings about heading off to school for the first time?
Well, I'm excited to go to school in Austin. It's a great town and everything, and I just want to go in the fall and just try to get in a lot of work as I can, as much work as I can, and hopefully, you know, maybe in the spring get to play a little, but if not, you know, in the next couple of years, you know, get some playing time in.
Well, thank you, Reed. Reed Ryan, older son of Nolan Ryan, and back up to you, Buzz.
All right, Jimmy, thank you. On his way to Austin, Reed Ryan, and well, he's got some pretty good heritage going for him, doesn't he? Number 300, his father won here tonight, and Reed will take up a baseball career down there at the University of Texas, and our best wishes to him. But he saw Jim tonight, as did we all. Well, we'll take another break on the Ranger Baseball Network. Be back with some final comments right after this.
You know, some things just keep getting better with age.
Sir, this is one of the few businesses that doesn't advertise in the GTE everything pages. Why is that?
Well, this is Arnold's rug, not rugs, rug. I only have the one rug, and this is it.
But
if I advertise in the book people use, they'll be in here looking at my rug. Someone might even buy my rug. There'd no longer be an Arnold's rug.
Businesses that want to be successful advertise in the GTE everything pages. Those that don't.
On Saturday night, August 4th, the Texas Rangers host the Toronto Blue Jays, and all fans entering Arlington Stadium with a paid admission will receive a Texas Rangers team poster, compliments of Performance Printing. It's a poster of your favorite Rangers players and coaches. That's Saturday night, August 4th, the Rangers, the Blue Jays, and Performance Printing team poster night. Get your tickets at any Rainbow Ticketmaster outlet or at the Rangers ticket office. For more ticket information, call 817-273-5100.
Because most of our flights are short, this is what our meals look like on Southwest Airlines. It's also what our fares look like. Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines has one of the best on-time records in the country.
Mr. Smith, you're early.
Just something to remember. Southwest Airlines.
Well, welcome back to County Stadium in Milwaukee. That is the final score. Rangers winning by 8. It was in doubt a little bit until the 9th inning, but that big 6 in the 9th inning really took a lot of the pressure off, and Brad Arnsberg got his 3rd save. He came on in the 8th inning, and a very tight ball game at that time, 5-3, but Arnsberg did a fine job wrapping up Nolan Ryan's 11th win this year and number 300 in his great career. So congratulations to Brad, and certainly congratulations to Nolan Ryan. And Jim Sundberg, the kind of ball game tonight, I think that you couldn't have asked for a better one, I guess. The tension was there. Chris Bosio, you know, we kind of overlooked him. He went through the first 4 innings perfectly, but then the Ranger offense came alive, and it came alive with a vengeance, especially in the 9th inning to really take the pressure off.
I think anytime you have a tense game like tonight with Nolan going for the 300 and being kind of close there for a while, some tense moments in the 8th inning, all of a sudden it breaks out and it just goes wild. I think Julio Franco really felt tremendously bad about the couple of errors he made in the 8th inning. He got a chance with the bases loaded and the big grand slam, just something that kind of revenge, a little payback. Very happy about it.
Yeah, Julio, I think, was trying to find a hole to climb in after that second error especially, and he climbed out of it in pretty good fashion. He got that one pitch to work with, and he drilled it with authority into the seats in left field, and that, for all intents and purposes, was the ball game right there. And I think at that point in time, too, Nolan Ryan just kind of chalked up 300, the 300th notch on his belt.
Well, I think to really show you just the type of player Julio Franco is, the fact that after he'd made that second error, you could just look at the frustration on his face. In fact, at one time, it almost looked like he wanted to cry. He felt so bad about it. And so he's the type of player, the quality player, to be able to bounce back from that, not let it bother him. He gets a chance with men on base, and he came through.
Okay, well, we have seen it tonight. Nolan Ryan officially throwing his hat into the ring at Cooperstown, and he is welcome there anytime he decides to retire. Ranger fans, hopefully we'll get an opportunity to see him pitch a while longer. That's, of course, the possibility for next year, and the good Lord willing that Nolan's back is okay. I know that he is going to work as hard as anyone, but he says when he gets to the point where he feels like he's disappointing people with his performance, that will be it, and that decision will be made only by Nolan Ryan. But we have been treated here tonight to another dandy. Well, our next Ranger telecast will be tomorrow afternoon. That'll be a 1:30 start as the Rangers conclude their 3-game series with the Brewers here in County Stadium. Once again, the final score of tonight's game, the Rangers 11 and the Brewers 3. The executive producer of Texas Rangers baseball is Phil Crow. This game was produced by Paul McConnell and directed by Dave Burchett. So now for Jim Sundberg, this is Steve Busby saying thanks so much for being with us tonight. We enjoyed it. We certainly hope you did. Good night from County Stadium in Milwaukee. This has been a presentation of KTVT Sports.
I'm treating myself.
You be a good boy tonight.
Guys.
All right, boys. At ease.
Nice, okay. Now one more. Oh, excuse me.
Hi, Commandant.
Well, Bernie, how are you?
Pretty good.
We missed you at the academy.
Oh, thanks.
Not that much.